If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 31st of January 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today. Today we are at Caulfield. This is, one of the places in Victoria, and today this is the only track that I had as an option. The track rating is good. The last finishing mile of the track is about 367 meters from the last bend to the finishing post. Now, about this track, this happens to be one of the most prominent places in Victoria. But having said that, the difficulty with this track is the geometry of the track. It is a triangle-shaped track, and usually when a track is like this, in a triangle shape, the difficulties are generally with the wider gates and this particular bend, which is here. What we have seen racing here is, this particular area becomes a challenging zone for many horses, and that is something which is persistent and constant here. So, but that's what we have to deal with today, and that is the track that we are going to be on, and we will see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. So that's what more or less we do. And today the first race is a benchmark 100, 2000 meters. We'll see how that looks like. No scratching. 6371. Three, 7, and 1. So that 6 is the favorite. What's happening here is generally 2000 meters, the linears win, which is the 1, but it is not in a great shape and doesn't have the physics. So that probably is not happening. There are two things which are against it. One of them is definitely the pressure and the jockey calibration on this. That's a pressure horse. This is where that's lying. So that probably is not happening. Now they have the 6 and 3, which is also the kind of right odds, because the 7 is a challenger, which is here. Okay, what is a little questionable is the 5. How the 5 is going to get placed is something, because it is in very good condition. So whether the 3 is going to be there, because the 3 is probably on the 4th line, it is a much higher class, so that's possible. But it's a benchmark 100, 2000 meter. The 5 is also in a shape. So this is the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything here, but the 6 looks right. 6 should win. What might backfire? So I mean, there's a lot of things which are in favor of this particular horse. It is one of the youngest horse. That's one of the things which is there, and it is in great shape. Everything looks all right. So that's that part of the story. The second part of the story is this, that it's a mixed sex. So there is a horse in this race, and the horse is from gate number 4, and this is from gate number 3. That is only the gate numbers that we can connect. So they are going to be running together, and if they get if they start blinking each other and they fall in love, then things will go upside down. And because the horse cannot win, if the mare, which is also a 4-year-old mare, this is a 4-year-old horse, if the mare decides to, I'm going to be I'm going to cook for you, I'm going to clean for you, and I'm going to do everything for you. If that thing happens here, then the mare is going to follow, and the mare will not win. This cannot win. In that case, something else as a disaster will happen. But apparently, the 6 is the right odds. The 6 is the thing. So, if that, I mean, we can only figure out the gates here. The gates are they are next to each other. So if the chemistry plays there, then it is upside down. And if the chemistry has already played at the stables, then there's nothing doing. Why I'm saying that is because whenever there's a mixed sex, it becomes a little difficult as a race in itself. Why? Because the numbers will suggest something, but in practicality, there's an emotional game going here. They get sexually aroused. So if that thing happens, then that happens, and then it is upside down. Why there is a chance of having of doing that is something that we will talk during the other races. But this is the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything. The 6 looks good, should be able to do this. The 5 is a question mark. What it is doing there and how that will get placed is something that also needs to be figured out. The 7 is is the challenger, which is a 5-year-old mare. Now, one thing that we don't discuss these things anymore, which we used to do at one point of time. So whenever there is a mixed sex, the 5-year-old mares are safe. Why? Because the 5-year-old mare is like approximately 40-year-old human. So she is not interested in dating. She is interested in having kids, marriage, family. So she has a higher qualifying criteria when it comes to horses or stallions. She has a much higher qualifying criteria. This mare doesn't have that. She will fall for each and every horse. So that's that part of the story. We will see how that works, because it starts with a race where we, it's a benchmark 100. The 1 is the linear, but doesn't have the physics to win this. Also doesn't have the jock. The 6 is the right odds. Fabulous. But there's a horse which is present in this race, and that's apparently the next gate. This horse cannot win, but that puts this mare into a kind of a situation that might backfire. But through the numbers, it is 6. We'll see if the number plays or they start having an affair. We'll see that. Lee, welcome back, Lee. Today we are at Caulfield. This track is good, but because of the geometry of the track, it becomes a little dicey at times. Odds generally play about 40% or less. So if there are 10 10 races, my expectation is about 3 of the odds coming in. If we get more, then it is good. But 3 is what this track delivers, 40%, 30 to 40% approximately. Yes, Lee, 6 should be able to do this. Gatekeeper, welcome back. Yeah, that the thing is, this is a mixed sex, and mixed sexes often play very, very weirdly, and that's the reason of creating a mixed sex, so that it becomes unpredictable. Why this becomes unpredictable? Because this is a 4-year-old mare, there's a 4-year-old horse, they have connecting gates. That's only the gates. What happened at the paddock or at the stable is something we have no clue. The 2 cannot win, but if the 6 tries to follow the 2, then we are upside down. The difference between the 7 and the 6 is this, that this mare has a tendency of falling for each and every colt or horse because of the age. A 5-year-old mare has a priority on quality. So if this thing looks like a handsome hunk, then this is in trouble. Yes, 7 looks good, and 7 is the challenger, which is here. There is hardly any difference between these 2 horses. This has better numbers, but like I said, this is a little unpredictable because of the nature of this, and we'll see how it works. Through the numbers, 6 has all the numbers to be favorite, but 6 is vulnerable. We'll see how that works. It's the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything, but I'm just trying to explain what might backfire. For me, it's a pass. Yes, I mean, technically it shouldn't happen. Technically, it should go to 6. But if 6 is like head over heels on that 2, then, sir, we are all in trouble. John, welcome back. Good morning. Mixed sex races, in Victoria, they have reduced the number of mixed sex races. That's one thing that I have seen. Even last year, it was very prominent. A lot of mixed sex races. But this year, they've reduced. We'll see. And on top of that, this track comes with the difficulty of being a triangle track. Generally, the expectancy of this track is 40% and lower. If we get 40%, that is brilliant. Which means 10 races out of which 4 favorites needs to be home. If that happens, that is brilliant. But that's the peak. I think 40% is what this track delivers.
On Sky Racing 1. Stakes racing today at Caulfield. Couple of Group 3s. The Chairman Stakes for the 2-year-olds as we close in on the Blue Diamond, and a race for the mares. Also at Group
John
3.
got one.
The Belmate Stakes. As usual, David Gately settled the form for us. Hi to you, Gator.
And a very good afternoon to you, mate. Looking forward to the racing today for sure. Caulfield on the doorstep of another fabulous carnival.
So a shower or two, hopefully not arriving until this evening, says the Bureau. Starting the day at a good 4, and the rail's out 4 metres today.
Yeah, it certainly played on pace inside, didn't it, last week with that hot day, especially as the day wore on. I think we all expected that. So over that 4 metres, obviously it was true last week. So that inside section are no longer a factor. So I am expecting a level playing field. As these southerly winds pick up, though, it can suit on for speed runners later in the day, perhaps, especially in the shoots races, the sprint races. So we'll keep an eye on all things, mate. That's what we do.
Jockeys are also very good at track watching nowadays. Out on the track warming up ahead of the first there with the little poker that they use nowadays. Let's get your best bet out. And it comes in race number 8, Gallant Sunny. He was terrific, winning first up at Flemington with a big weight.
Yeah, he had the 61, didn't he? And I think he defied the pattern of the day. That was the headwind day up the straight at Flemington, and they were swooping out wider, all the straight winners except for him. I thought he was terrific. 1100's no issue, gets some weight relief. Made him the best.
And your best value bet is in the last, and that's super fun, and we might need one by then. Lightly race 5-year-old boasts a great record and has come back well.
Yeah, look, his first try 1400, and he won't be right up, in the first 3 or 4. So pattern important. I can't believe the $13 is right though. He was great last time with Meridius. That horse went to Queensland and made a great race behind King of Rousseau. He's a stakes winner. So I think he's win, lose or draw. I think he's over the odds.
We're closing in on this first. We're just under 90 seconds away. Jenny's Meadows, the favourite. Your top pick looks close to a drought-breaking win.
Yeah, look, she does. She was rock solid last time. Ran into a good one, I think, in St George, and beat home Bold Soul, who's here. Actually meets Bold Soul significantly better at the weights for beating him. Look, at her relative weights aren't everything, but I think she picks herself. I think it's the right form. I am scared of Bold Soul. As I say, weights aren't everything. He was only third up the other day. He looked like a coming winner there. Tavi jumped in trip latest, ran well. Back in trip, no issue. Making the spin, probably your first leader. Might be a little suspect at the very end of 2,000 metres, but in the mix, as we say. Numbers in the first are 6173.
And Jenny's Meadows, the favourite with a tab, went up at $3 this morning, 260 into 270 late. Magnus spin 420 this morning, 460 into 420 late. And Tarview 5 this morning. It's currently at 480, just out from $4.60 late. Key players there, tab fixed from this morning to now. Late with the bookies. With the bookies, Jenny's Meadow 280 into 260 back to 270. Magnus spin 440 into 420. Tarview 460 back to $4.80. And at longer odds, Milford 14.15 into $13. So they're treading pretty carefully in the first, Skater.
I go 3. What?
Yeah, look, they are. It's that sort of race. I mean, it's a benchmark 100. It's not a slouch sort of race, but most of the form's well exposed. I think some punters are treading warily, given they just want to see how this track will play.
Great day about to unfold at Caulfield. Here's Matt Hill. Probably jumped away one of the best with Magnus Spin. Milford is between them. Jenny's Meadow just hustled up to about 4th, followed by Scary Regal Light and Bold Soul. Can't go with them early.
See, 6 and 2, they're together, right? This is a dangerous combination.
Magnus Spin looks to press on with it.
If she decides to follow the 2, then it is upside down.
As they head towards the hill at the 1300. Jenny's Meadow 5th the rails, followed by Scary and 3 lengths away to Bold Soul. So they approach the brow of the hill with about 1200 metres to go. Magnus Spin led from Regal Lion 2nd, Tarview 3rd, 4th Milford, 2 1/4 Jenny's Meadow, a couple of lengths.
She needs to get out of that area.
The leader Magnus Spin led Regal Lion.
She needs to get out of that area.
Tarview 3rd and 4th is Milford running off the back section. 2.5 lengths Jenny's Meadow. They were followed by Scary, and Bold Soul was able to tack on through halfway off the back. Magnus Spin controlling it with Regal Line getting an inch closer. 2 lengths to Tarview Milford. They were followed by Jenny's Meadow. The tote favourite is about 4 off the lead. A length and 3/4 Scary, and last Bold Soul. Railway side, 800 metres to go. After 500 metres, no change in the order. Magnus Spin in front of Regal Line, who is just inching closer on the outside. It's now a neck off the lead. And they're a length and 3/4 Milford, followed by Tarview. Jenny's Meadows getting motivated, and around the outside, Scary 4 deep is still 4 off the front, and Bold Soul becomes detached again. Coming up to the turn, Regal Line puts it to Magnus Spin.
Okay, 6 is okay. 6 is clean.
Right there, the favourite a length off them, followed by Tarview, who battles only from Milford, and then Scary. So with a kick, Magnus Spin, 250 metres to go from Regal Line. Then Jenny's Meadow not getting...
Come on.
Magnus Spin's controlled this at the 100, something in the locker. Still a length in front of Regal Line, who's peppering away. Magnus Spin about a half length in front, and Magnus Spin won the first.
3, 5, 6. Yes, 3, 5, 6.
Bold Soul. They couldn't catch Magnus Spin. Well rated Jamie Mellon, and it's home in the early 4 range across the tote for its 7th career.
This is exactly what happens.
Yeah, look, he's a very genuine horse, though, isn't he?
3, 5, 6. 3, 6, 5.
He's barely a 2,000 metre horse. He runs it, but just he's sort of a risk beyond that trip, I think, and he was able to hold on and beat Jenny's Meadow, who never stopped trying. Regal Line went up, sat second, and gave his all as well. So not much change there. The first done and dusted. 3, 6, 5, 2 in for 4th Scare.
3, 6, 5, and 2. See, that 2 had no chance, but because of this, five was good. So this was the high. The low. 6. Then came in 5. Then came in 2. The 2 had no chance, okay? The 2 had no chance, but this mare, because this horse was after this mare, so that happened. This basically is a kind of a race where things usually go wrong, and you can't basically get a clean shot. But today there were only 7 horses, so the 3, which was a 6-year-old gelding, went through. 1 did not have the chance because it did not have the physics. 7 was a challenger. Why it happened like that? But that's that. We'll go to the next. 3, 4, 5, and 13 all scratched. 3, 4, 5, and 13 all scratched. Twelve, 7, 11, 2. Okay, so the 12 is the favorite. Now, here is the thing, the 12, the couple of things which are not in place. So what happened here is something we can't relate, but it was a mixed sex, so let's not try relating that. But here, what is happening is the 12 is good, okay? Now the 12 is going negative on benchmark 70 in both the sections. It's not one of the top classes. And on top of that, the jockey is handicapped in a very, very difficult way, right? That jock is handicapped in a very difficult way. So generally, whenever there's a green jock here, he's not compatible with the pressure line. That generally doesn't work. Okay. Now, that's that part of the story. The other thing is the 11, which is also a 4-year-old mare going negative. It's the same thing, and the form line is not the right. These two are the highest leverage horses. 11 and 12 are the highest leverage horses. Then comes 7. The 7 is a lot higher class, but the problem is the same. 12 and 7, they don't have the physics this side. Winning is difficult. The one which has everything in place is coming from gate number 11, which is a very difficult task for a benchmark 70, but this is going to be 1,000 meters, so which essentially means that they're going to be raving from the gates. They're going to be raving, and that's that part of the story. So the 2 actually has the physics. It is a higher class. It is the second in line. All right. This is the highest, which is number 1, but it's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 9 over 1,000 meter. The form line is not great. Probably not the right thing. Then if we look at what is going on, then we have these 2 horses which are here. One is from gate number 4, the other one is from gate number 12. This is definitely doing very well, 0, but the challenge is this, that if we have to talk about 8, then we have to talk about 6. The 6 is a higher class from both of these horses. This one is a 7-year-old gelding from gate number 4 with a very low pressure, which is ideal. 8 is running 0, which is also good, not bad, but from gate number 12. This is from gate number 11. This is gate number 12. Now, if we have to talk about that, because that becomes a low pressure, then the 6 obviously is there from gate number 3, which is a higher class than these 2. Okay. So that 6 probably is something that could be there in the given situation. Generally, what happens is that there's going to be a high pressure, then there's going to be a low pressure, then there is going to be a high pressure. So my assumptions are this, that if it doesn't fall on 6, which is, there is a huge chance that it might fall on 6, because it is an inner gate. If that doesn't happen, then it is 2. Let's not assume things at this stage, because the 12 is not in a position to win. It doesn't have the physics. Plus, it is going negative both sides. 11 is the same thing. Negative both sides. Plus, the form line is not great. 7 is good, which is a 4-year-old mare. Problem remains that it doesn't have the physics. 2 is also dicey. Why? Because it has everything. It has a jock, which is good, but it is coming from gate number 11. It's 1,000 meters, should not be a problem, but still it's benchmark 70. So things can go wrong. and things can go wrong in some brilliant way. There's a possibility that if this is the fall, then there is a rise on this, which might happen because of the jock, and then it falls on 8. If this is the low, then there's going to be a high. But for that, this has to be the low, which is a questionable thing, whether it is the low, because if that's the pressure line, then it is on pressure. If that becomes high, then it'll go down 6. There's a high probability that it'll go down 6. 19, then here. Then it'll rise and probably go to 7. But if this is the low, then it is 7 next. Probably. I mean, the 7 is not in a position to win. Generally, that doesn't happen. I mean, without the physics, it is very difficult to win. We'll see how that works. I like the 2. We'll see if the 2 wins. The rest, everything is hazy. The 6 is a check, which might get through because of the positions. If that happens, then it is here 11 6. Then it might go to 7. Or 10. I mean, these are very questionable scenarios. These 3 horses are in a very questionable scenario. First of all, this one is parallel. They're going negative. 7 has a mild chance, which is there probably, but it doesn't have the physics. So, I mean, it cannot win, but it might get a place. So, if the 12 is the favorite, that's the linear also. There should be some kind of a thing going on. Okay. So yeah, I think the 2 is in a better position than anybody else, but still questionable. Why benchmark 70 and gate number 11? Seven ran hard early and faded. It's like what to do with the 8. 8 is strong. There's a possibility that it is 2 and then it'll fall here because that's 0. There's a possibility that it might fall here. The 11 and 12. But I mean, honestly speaking, gatekeeper, this is a little too much to handle for. I mean, we still have no clue how the ground is playing. All right, they were checking the ground. This one played upside down. Why? Because of the the mix X scenario. So that just did not happen. So I do not know yet if and how the track is playing, because that should have gotten through with that from gate number 3, which did not happen, obviously. Why? Because of what she did, and that's what she did. Now, if that did not work with the ground condition here, whether it is because of that or whether because of it was a mix X, it is something that is not very clear right now. Now the 2 is at 19, all right, which is a very dicey pressure line. Generally, that is not enough. Generally, that is not enough. And it falls in such a category that, it becomes very difficult to assume what might happen. In that case, if the 11 goes through, because it still has the physics, that's a different way of looking at it. All right. But the challenge, you can see, it is technically it is difficult to take that call on 11. 12, definitely I will not get into a horse that doesn't have the physics. 7 is the same thing. The only thing that I'm left with on the pressure line is 2, which comes from gate number 11. So is that a clear go? No, because that pressure is not never sufficient from gate number 11. Upsides are that this is one of the best jocks. It has the physics. It's a 4-year-old gelding, substantial body weight. And then 8 also is the same thing. Good body weight, carries 0, doing fabulous. That's the second in line. So there's a possibility it might be 2 high, 8 low. And then God knows where it will go. There's a possibility that the 8 might. But if the 8 fails, because both the pressure lines are dicey from those gates. So if that is delivered, if it falls here from gate number 12, that's good. But that's where the 6 comes in, because it is from an inner gate. Okay. That's the thing. So it might be here, then if the 8 gets through, then the 8 gets through because of the jock, physics, everything in place, plus the body weight. If that doesn't happen, then it falls on 6 or rises to 7. So things are complicated. Things are complicated. There are quite a few things that needs to be considered. First is the gate, then is the class, and then is the challenge of this track. All right, this track doesn't like the outer gates. That's one way of looking at it. The second way is this, that it is 1,000 meters, so they are all going to get raved. So outer gates, inner gates doesn't make a difference. It is there. But will that pressure be okay from gate number 11 is something that we will figure out. There's a very slim chance on these 3 horses, honestly. There's a very slim chances. The only chance that I see is if the 2 gets knocked out because of the pressure, then it is 11, probably. Because that still has the physics, but it is very difficult to believe that it is going to work at that in those situations. But it has the gate, and the jockey is not green, so it is still okay.
6 weeks between runs, still able to equal the win at Seymour, and did it with 60 kilos. So I do think Rhea is a danger. I'm hoping it's the right form in this low benchmark race. But Duclas on over Rhea as my top two. Madame Maserati was terrific, I thought, with the blinkers on last start. 11.64 home was race bar.
Johnny W1.
We get a line on that form for a best bet later on in the day. And Run Like an Encryption, always so genuine. Just stays up in the weights was a query. 12, 11, 8 and 7.
Nothing dramatic happening on the tab fix from this morning to now, just nibbles all over the place. Clisson's one of them, $4.40 into $4. Goes back out to $4.20 as I speak. Run Like an Encryption, $3.70 out to $4.80, but back into $4.40. Castella, $5.50 into $5. Rhea is $5.50 into the 4.60, back out to $5.50 now at 5 again.
Two looks good, but
it's an $8 chance.
Two is from gate number 11. That
for Matt Dale and for Mickey D, number 6 go to went up at 9.
it's a gate number 11. That puts
$8.50.
a lot of pressure
on for the first time and going down from New South Wales.
Yeah, look, there was good money for him last start at Rose Hill.
But I like
didn't have much going on at all, covered a lot of ground. It was a pretty wet track, and it was a forgivable run. I thought the win at Bev's 9 looks pretty smart. Second by over 5, it's coming off a strong win. So I can see him improving.
it's a wild goose chase. Things can go upside down like the previous one.
It's only a benchmark, what is it, a 70, so competitive.
And they're back in with the bookies as well. Masira number 6, last 15 minutes, 10 into 8, back to 8.50. Bookies' favourite is 4 to 4.20.
2 is the one, but it's a benchmark. My worry is this, that there are two
Casella is 5 and solid.
sides of this coin.
5.50. Marshall
One, it is a benchmark 70, and that's a gate number 11. 2, it is a 1,000 meter. So for a 1,000 meter, gate number 11 is not a problem. But for a benchmark 70, it is.
Isn't she? Poor runs of she's in well after the claim. Terrific win latest, and so, 33.5 last 600. Pretty good going, some 7 lengths above average. So just lent to her over Rhea. As I say, hoping that's the right form.
second pick on the tab fix is Run Like an Encryption. Been a bargain purchase for just $1,000. Already a 3-time winner through 9 and stakes earnings of $111,000 already. 3 weeks off, and she's come back well this campaign.
Yeah, likes the fight to win at Lakeside 2 runs ago, especially given the pattern, but I think the win had a lot of merit. Rock solid latest. That's that Gallant Sun form, which we're liking. We want to see that enhanced for our best bet later in the day. I thought Madame Maserati was probably the better run out of the two, and she's a much bigger price, but you can certainly make a good case for Run Like an Encryption. Never runs poorly.
Castella's given a strong chance by the marketplace. Not in your top
They
four.
give
Was
about
the
8
second up off a
in
lengthy
7.
break today. Second start for Gavin Bedgegood, ex-Robbie Lang for Flemington.
Yeah, another one through that Gallant Sun form. This Galloper last time he was second up. He ran well without much luck. He does boast a 3/4 length second to Annie Dodd, so you can tie in here. She was the original acceptor for this race. So look, if the Gallant Sun form's right, and that was his first run as a gelding, he's clearly in the mix.
Rhea's in your mix. Number 11, lightly raced 4-year-old mare in career best form at the moment.
Yeah, well, she touched up Duclas first up. She was simply too strong for her late. Duclason's gone on for a couple of really nice wins. This girl, with 6 weeks between runs into Seymour, she had to fight to dead heat there. The win looked unspectacular, but you have to factor in she had 60 kilos against the males and still was able to equal win it. And reportedly had a little setback into that. So I'm assuming fitter off that. And yeah, second pick, big danger.
I know good late support with the bookies. Marshall Music, the toppy. It's $8 into $6.50 late, resuming off a couple of packet of jump outs. One of the most recent. It's won 5 of 23, and 3 of those 5 wins have been first up.
Yeah, and then a couple of those misses were genuine forgive runs. Struck a very wet track first up last time, and he didn't handle it as a beaten favourite. 3 of the other 5 first up runs you referenced are wins, and trialled really well.
Field of 9 to contest the second over the 1,000 metres. A couple of last start winners. Here's Matt Hill.
In the line with Run Like an Encryption. Run Like an Encryption going forward. A chance to say a good afternoon to our Sky viewers joining us at Caulfield today for this Caulfield Open Day with two Group 3s our feature. Duclisson coming forward and Madame Maserati is going to be the last. Second event on our 10 event program. Beautiful sunny day in Melbourne and the field is locked away. Couple of instructions issued. Gates crash and away they go. And Duclisson jumped well. No speed. Madame Maserati is 5 lengths away at the end of the field. Midnight Charm began quickly with also martial music. They land in front of Maximilius and Costello off the course. Masira next to the inside from Run Like an Encryption. Just a shade beyond centre field from rear. And Madame Maserati at the end of the field. Midnight Charm the front runner. 600 metres to go from Duclisson. A length and a quarter. Martial music 3 wide. Maximilius the centre, and they were followed by the rails Masira. Next in the field is Costello, who stoked up 3 and 4 deep now before the corner. A gap Run Like an Encryption. Ria and Madame Maserati. Midnight.
All right, run, baby.
The 200 metres, martial music's there looking to pounce. Costello still there, and they were followed by Run Like an Encryption. Late Duclisson joined and headed by Costello, then Run Like an Encryption. Costello forges on, and Costello wins it.
Two, baby.
Encryption is prominent from Duclisson, then martial music. To the back was Maserati getting paid. And Midnight Charm knocked out.
That was a
Clearly come back well off a 10 months break data.
2-7-12.
Across the dates.
One.
Run second.
2-7-12 1.
2-7-12 and 1. Good win, Costello.
Yeah, it was a strong win.
2-7-12 and 1.
Dominant in benchmark 70 grade there. And had a good run off the
That was borderline risky.
So 2 runs into the going operation. Run Like an Encryption, always so genuine. There's that gallant son, Form Frank.
So it looks like 2-7-12 and 1.
So yeah, 2 was the low. Okay, 2 was the low. It went to 7. Then, because that was the low, 2-7. Then came 12, which is here, which was the thing. And then 1 here, which was the highest. So, yeah, the problem is, for me, the difficulty choosing the next horse is this, that I don't know how to assume this, because this is already in trouble from gate number 11. If I consider this is the high, then this definitely becomes the low, or this definitely becomes the low. But if this is the low, then 7 is the high. But, generally for 1,000 meter, gate number 11 is not a problem, provided the jockey does the job. And the jockey did the job. We'll go to next. Three. Four, 7, 11 all scratched. This is also a benchmark 70. 5, 10, 6 and 12. Five, 10, 6 and 12. Okay, so so what are the 5 is the favorite, okay? Now, first of all, they're all going on negative on the sequence. They're all going negative on the sequence. We've seen this happening just 2 days ago at Sandown. So when that happens, generally, we have no clue what is going to happen. But the problem with the 5, let's start with the problem which we usually do. So what is the problem with the 5? The problem with the 5 is this, that the jockey has never won a race here. That's the first thing. Second thing is, if you look at the jock, he's the highest green guy. This is still a pressure model. This one is going to come from gate number 1 from benchmark 70, which is good. It has the thing. It's a 4-figure. Let's say it is a drift, so it doesn't need the physics on the other side, which is also good. So fair enough, I understand that part of the story. I am happy to consider this, that the 5 doesn't need the physics because it is a 4-figure. All right, this is a 4-figure, and it is rightly at below 20%, which is at 16. I mean, the thing is good on this horse. It's not bad. The problem is the jock. Whatever little pressure it has, the jock is calibrated in a way which is very difficult. If this horse loses the lead, then it is or any of the horses gets in front of this horse, it is very difficult for this jock to maneuver this horse. So that probably is not a great idea. That's number 1. Now, the odds are 5-10. Okay. Now 10 is good. We can see the numbers. 10 is good, very good. But I'm not sure whether it has the physics. It is the 3rd linear. We are losing data here, so I'm not sure whether it has the physics. It has the jock, the best. It has the jock. The difficulty is this, that it's a benchmark 70, 1400 meter. It'll come from gate number 7, which doesn't help. It has the body weight. It has some good numbers going on. Has the best jock. There's a lack of data here. We've lost a little data here. I don't know whether it has the physics. If it has the physics, it has a chance. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. The 12 is a challenger, which is going to run neutral, doesn't have a jock. I don't know if that's possible. 6 is carrying a lot of pressure. That's the 2nd linear, actually, which is there, has a jock. Okay. So, I mean, so 5 is difficult. Definitely 5 is difficult. Why? Because of the jock. All right. 10, I'm not sure whether it has the physics. 12 is a neutral, and 6 is the 2nd linear, but it is not doing well. And then when we do that 7-year-old gelding comes here and says, hello, I am here. From gate number 3. With a dedicated jock. So 5 is in trouble because of the jock. All of them are in trouble because of something or the else. Either they have, I mean, this one has the physics from gate number 4, 5-year-old gelding, has a pressure line. but the form line is like that. I don't know what it will do actually. The 10 is very good, but it is losing data here. So I'm not going to suggest anything on 10 or take the risk on 10 for any reason. That is not something that I would like to do. The 12, which is here, is on the third line and is a challenger running neutral. What possibly can happen with this horse is God knows only. And then that 8 says, hello, I'm here. So for me, it's a pass. I don't have a clarity in this one. The 5, I mean, I can't suggest a 7-year-old. 5, I can see the problem because of the jock. It'll difficult. It'll be difficult. There's a huge leverage on 12, but it's a challenger, doesn't have a jock. The form line is on the third line. This one is coming from gate number 12. This one is 23, which is going to run a neutral. I don't trust neutral horses, though it has a jock. So things are not in the right shape. It is better to watch this. I don't know what to do with this. So if we refer here, what happened basically is this, that I was not certain about 2, but I was, this is all personal calls. I mean, you know the risk. The risk is benchmark 70 coming from gate number 11. That pressure is never enough. So you have to rely on the jock which was there, and he delivered. But that's one of the things. For the entire mathematics to happen like that, everything has to fall right. This thing had everything. It had the physics, it had the jock, but the problem was gate number 11. My hunch was this, that for 1,000 meter, gate number 11 should not be a problem because all of them are going to get raved. Here, it is not the same thing. They are not going to get raved. Instead, what will happen is, if they get raved, they will lose. Why? Because it is not 1,000 meter, it is a 1,400 meters. So for any chance, if this genius here thinks that, all right, I am overweight, I will try to push this horse to get the lead and will get it because anyways I am the favorite and let's do something great here today. If he does that, it'll give up because it doesn't have the pressure to build up at the last moment. It doesn't have. So in that case, the pressure will prevail. But for the pressure, it is coming from gate number 7 or it is coming from gate number 4. These two are the pressure horses. Then we have these which are not in the great shape, but the 10, which is the next favorite, is the third linear, which is from gate number 7. Now I have a data loss here, so I don't know whether that will work. 6 definitely is a good horse, but it doesn't have the form line. So things are dicey, and that 8 is somewhat saying hello to everyone. Gatekeeper brought a friend. Thank you so much for doing that, Gatekeeper. Thank you so much for doing that. So this thing is dicey. I don't know how to manage this. And I mean, I generally do not like to force I mean, just because this cannot win, that's why I will support this. That's something that I generally don't do unless everything is clear. This is not clear. This might backfire. The problem is I don't know if they have the physics this side. We have a data loss, it couldn't calculate. And then on top of that, everybody is going on negative. Some races are just to watch. Yeah, did you see that 8? That 8 is a grandpa. Okay? That 8 is a grandpa. Has a dedicated jock. And now it's saying, hey, what's up? Bad idea. They're showing Rose Hill. Let's watch Rose Hill.
3, 13, 2 and 8, my numbers. Attractiveness. Heard from Will Friedman on radio this morning suggesting he felt this horse was a bit short, and I kind of agree. I think she's a nice filly, but she's not the finished product yet, and the form's solid. She gets in light, sure, but I thought she was short enough as favourite there, all the same. 2 Alabama States racing well against J-Mac today, just gate 12, always an issue, but J-Mac generally takes care of that. And 8 Close Encounter, got away with a soft lead latest, but kept going to score. So I'm 3, 13, 2 and 8. Big watch, Mardo, on the track pattern in this race, because the first 5 horses home in the first race were all rails in run throughout the race before the home straight. So, yeah, one of those was 200 to 1. And the only horse in rails and run in the first race that wasn't in the finish was 100 to 1, popped up a kick. So could be a pattern, but we'll stamp it after race 2 or 3.
Let's see what happens here. Let's have a look at the bookies and the late action here. Attractiveness is 323.80. Alabama State 424.40. Kryptonic is 5 into 460. Attracts interest. So does Kaima, number 9, Davo. $10 into $8.50. Freshened off a last start 9th to an informed mare at Randwick.
Yeah, I thought it was disappointing last start. I like the run prior to that behind Off the Press, who's got form around Cross Tasman, who looks a group horse. So, yeah, at best is good enough. Just comes off a disappointing run, so it needs to get off that, but can bounce back.
Couple of other nibbles. Iceman is 11, 13 back to 12. Hazel Jean 14 into 12. 10 to Rise 21 into 20. Specking only. And they're getting set for the second with Darren.
Then Sizzler, Glontorna, and Alabama State has drawn the outside. But a long campaign for Alabama State. Regardless of the run today, the plan is to give him a spell. With the booking of James McDonald, he's well fancied. He's been trying for quite a while to...
Dowes, welcome back.
He did so last time in October 2024.
13.
There's the light. Ready to run in the midway, 13.50.
12 is a watch.
And they're racing. Danish Prince jumped like a greyhound, landed on the bunny by 2 lengths. A good queue of them behind, pushing through, and Attractiveness goes to second from Sizzler. Kryptonic is handy in fourth on the rail. Then Justilla from Hazel Jean, 10 to rise. And then came further back to Close Encounter. Now back in the field is Kaima from Iceman, and Glontorn is the last one. So Danish Prince holds the front from Sizzler, and the drifting favourite Attractiveness into a clear third. Followed by Kryptonic, Justilla, Alabama State moving up on the outside in a midfield position. Then came 10 to rise, a half to Hazel Jean, 2 after Close Encounter from Kaima Glontorn. Iceman, the last one, 10 off the lead. Danish Prince, a half to Sizzler at the 600, followed by Attractiveness. Kryptonic, Alabama State has been wide from the start from the outside draw, but creeping closer as they straighten up now. Danish Prince has Sizzler off the bridle, then Kryptonic just waiting for a bit of room on the inside. Alabama State and Attractiveness, the favourites, are starting the runs. Danish Prince at the 250, being challenged by Alabama State. Attractiveness under plenty of pressure, and Hazel G making ground, but McDonald sends the second favourite. Alabama State clear for victory in the midway, pulling away. Alabama
J-Mac.
Now the Miners, Iceman right on him on the inside. Nick second from the Danish Prince, Hazel G the outside. Then Attractiveness, followed by Kryptonic. Then came Sizzler, Justella.
They have Eagle Palm next. We can watch Eagle Palm as well.
Behind James McDonald for Jack Pilkington, and Alabama State serving away at $4.60 and $2.10. Looks like Iceman will get second hard up against the inside number 5. It looks prominent. 6 and 12 are on its outside. Alabama State drops in grade and does the job in the 4 range across the tape, Stavo.
Yeah, just a key riding change. J-Mac aboard today. He covered a bit of ground, but he was strong through the line and too good today. Nice effort. Iceman, I thought, was a lovely return there over a trip short of his best. He was spec bet odds and really hit the line nicely, and over 12 not far away. Winner one off the fence there, so that's good signs for the track after that, what we spoke about in the first.
So it's 2 and a photo. I'm going to go 2, 5, 12 and wait for the judge to confirm those minors on the running of race number 2. Right now, in fact, Iceman at $2.90, Hazel Jean at $3.20. On race number 2, 8 races to come from Rose Hill. Well, each and every Saturday on Sky Racing 1, it is tab time. Great excuse to get to the local pub and club and enjoy an afternoon on the punt with Tab. Dangling Carrot, of course, is over the odd special. The odd special coming your way a little bit later on this afternoon. Enjoying Tab time today, not far from the nation's capital at Queanbeyan. Today at the Tourist Hotel is Dave Stanley for our second cross today. Things are livening up there, Dave.
They certainly are. It's just, a James McDonald winner, mate, and just some beautiful, refreshing liquid can just line up. And I've spoken to the traders back at headquarters about what's happening with Tab time a little bit later on. It's going to be a race in Sydney, and everyone's been tipping it as well. So we're going to be talking about Tab time a little bit later on. Make sure you get your QR codes. Welcome this third cross, I reckon, soon, Marto. It's going to be wild. So I'll get back to you shortly.
Enjoy your afternoon, but we'll check back in with you in around about half an hour from now. Dave Stanley enjoying Tab time with some of his fans, and he's got many of them at Queanbeyan today. Speaking of many fans, Paul Joyce has exactly that, and he's our Brisbane form expert as we're launching into a 10-race card, an attractive one at Eagle Farm. Hi to you, Joycey.
Yes, hello, great man. Dave Stanley, what a gig. I mean, having a few beers and a few bets down at Queanbeyan. But look, I'm up here in studio today after a few Saturdays on the bounce at the races. So a little bit calmer today. I haven't got the crowd behind me, and I certainly won't have to be ducking out of the sun today. But looking forward to the card. It's a beautiful day up here in Brisbane. We're going to be on a good track. Rail's only up 2 metres, and we've got really exciting races coming up late in the day. Of course, the 2-year-olds kick us off with a small field, so we'll try and work that one out. But as far as the best bet goes, Marto, race 5, number 3, Earn to Burn is my best bet today. Came back as a gelding with a the dominant win first up. Jack Bruce has kept him fresh in today's 1,000-metre assignment. He does look the superior 1,000-metre horse. So Earn to Burn, he's been well backed. He can still get black odds. I have a feeling he might go off in the red come race 5. And race 8, number 8, is my value bet today. Just Flying, a horse that's left. Robert Heathcote landed with Tony Gollan, and there's been good support for Just Flying as well. First up at the 1400 suggests that Tony's got this fellow ready to go off a couple of trials, and I expect he'll run a big race for us at double figure odds. But those double figures have been slipping in all morning, 12 into 11 and now into 10.
All right, in race number 1 for 2-year-olds over the 1200, Joycey Lonesome Star is a lean machine filly, debuting off a dominant trial win.
So she won a trial at Warwick about a month ago, Marto, and they had her in to run in a very strong 2-year-old race off that trial, and she didn't turn up in it. She must have had a very slight problem, I would suggest, because they had to just keep her on ice for a while until she's turned up here today. Now, with the scratching of Compel, which was our odds-on favourite for the month stable, she's now shot into favouritism. And I think off that Warwick trial where she absolutely smashed the clock, I know they can run some crazy times out at Warwick and you can't get too aligned with those times, but the way she did it, the way she moved, she looks a really good type to me, and I'm happy to play here in the first race. Other chances, pretty much market order as it turns out, 4, 5, 6, as this market shoots around a little bit. Satomi, she's a daughter of the Autumn Sun. She trolled down at Ballina and seemed to do it well. Number 5, I'll tell you, any time, well, she's had 4 starts for a couple of placings. She's knocking on the door. Last start was rock solid, and Nifty's Treasure gets the blinkers on today. She could improve, so we'll play at 3, 4, 5, 6. As for your jockey challenge, Ryan Maloney at 250, Ben Thompson 330, Jai Williams, the informed 3 kilo apprentice at 440, and Daniel Moore at $5. Jai Williams, he might win the jockey challenge today, Marto, but I was saying on radio this morning, if you don't have much time, you're sitting in the pub and you want to have a bet in Brisbane, you could do sillier things than just back everything Jai rides at the moment. That 3 kilo claim, he's working wonders with that.
Really promising rider. Lonesome Star is the favourite in the first with a tab fixed at $3 out from $2.40. Satomi number 4 is $3.90 this morning into $3.50. I'll tell you any time number 5 is a $3.60 in from 4. And Nifty's Treasure with blinkers first time today is $8 into $5. Well, with their Sniper Boom is $7 out to $13 running through the field of 5 with a tab fixed from this morning to now. Late with the bookies, it's $2.40 out to $3.10 for Lonesome Star. Satomi is 4 into $3.50. I'll tell you anytime, $3.80 out to 4 into $3.60. And Nifty's Treasure in your mix is your 4th pick. As I touched on, blinkers first time at start number 3 today, $8 into $5. Joycey?
Yeah, Marto. Look, she'll probably lead. I would expect it's a claim for Olivia Webb. She gets the blinkers on. She's been beaten 7 lengths at both her starts today, so she's going to have to improve a lot off that. But look, I think it's a race where most punters are guessing, Marto. You know, you've got Warwick and Ballina trial form for your first starters, and then you've got 2 fillies.
Yes, Dow's your black book is kind of
but they've got
good.
this experience. So for a small field, it's a guessing game here for the 2-year-olds. I was taken with that trial of Lonesome Star when I very first saw it, and I've been waiting to see her at the races. So for me, it was a fairly easy decision, but I can understand why punters are just taking it easy here.
As I touched on, Lonesome Star is a filly by Lean Mean Mum New Echelon.
All right, Dow's.
Yeah, well, there you go. I didn't know anything about the mum, and I know Greg Wright, the trainer. He trains out at Gatton. I think there's only about 2 trainers that train at Gatton, and he always turns his horses out looking immaculate. And just looking at her on screen here today, the 3 Lonesome Star, she looks particularly well to me. And just looking at the market, Marto, we sort of had a drift there, didn't we, on Lonesome Star? And since you and I have been chatting, it's turned full circle. They're crunching her late.
Yeah, into 240 once again. It's at 225. Which market? I've gone on the wrong market. Let's go back to the bookies. Lonesome Star, 240 into 310 is now back into $2.40. Leighton Satomi is $4 into 350, back out to 370. Leighton still.
Adaman, welcome back. 10 to 12, 8.
To start a 10 race card.
God knows, Adaman will see. I'm out.
Out of the saddle of
For me, it's a pass. Don't want to get into it.
So, Andrew, very good afternoon to you. Afternoon, everyone tuning into Sky Racing 1. Now, they were a bit of an extended prelim, these 2-year-olds down the side of the track, and that took a minute or 2 for them to get to the 1,200 metre start, and now there's not much action happening here. Broadcast. Tongue tie. Okay, thanks, Josh. Tough.
Okay, so the tongue ties needed to be adjusted here on Sniper Boom, so that has held up this loading process from commencing, so we're 2 and a bit minutes behind start time here for this opening race. They've
John 2 and
money on
3
Lonesome
EW.
Star with their slight delay. It's into 240 now. It was looking like any one of 3 could be favourite about 5 minutes ago. I'll tell you, any time was around 350, but it's now out a full point. Satomi was pretty rock solid at 340, but the late pushes for Lonesome Star, who loads away now. And Bernie and Maxi link in from downstairs. So that was just a slight hold up there. The tongue tie was loose with Sniper Boom and it need to be readjusted, which it's been fixed now. So here's I'll Tell You Anytime coming up. And Sniper Boom will be the last to load. Racecourse Village Handicap kicks us off over 1,200 metres, the first of 10 here at Eagle Farm. Lights on. Ready? And they're racing now. Lonesome Star missed it, came out last. Satomi showed no speed as well. Tell You Anytime got a fly from the gates, but quickly joined by Nifty's Treasure. And with the shades on, Nifty's Treasure's going to drive right through and take the lead from I'll Tell You Anytime. Satomi's run up to 3rd, Sniper Boom 4th, and Lonesome Star is last of the 5. 800 metres left to run, Nifty's Treasure. 3/4 now a length in front of I'll Tell You Anytime. Satomi's railed into 3rd spot, 1 length away, Sniper Boom, and 2 lengths away to Lonesome Star, still last, the favourite about 5 to 6 off the lead at the 500 metres mark. And in fairness, is not travelling at the moment. A home quarter, 400 metres left to run. Nifty's Treasure in front from I'll Tell You Anytime. Satomi's right behind them, needed away clear. And then Sniper Boom running on. There's still no run, Satomi. And Lonesome Star trying to pick up the pieces very late. 200 metres left to run. Sniper Boom is after I'll Tell You Anytime. And here's Satomi getting going late. Into the clear now. 75 metres left to run. Satomi pounced and won.
What
The daughter of the autumn sun sprinted sharp late to beat Sniper Boom and Nifty's Treasure. I'll Tell You Anytime. And Lonesome Star never travelled at all, was always rearward and ran last.
Behind Satomi, right over the top there, Joycey for Jai Williams to pay the 3 range across the totes. Filly by the Autumn Sun out of Girl in Flight. Mum was a Group 3 winner in Adelaide. Daughter Ops got plenty of talent based on that as well.
Is a possibility. I don't know if they have the physics here. There's a possibility on 10. Yes, you're right.
Tony, a lovely run there. I don't think it's a strong 2-year-old race. That's one thing we don't think. Here's the favourite. We're going to have a look at here. Lonesome Star.
Arman, you're right.
In the red and white checks, just bobbled up in the air at the start, came out awkwardly, and then Jake Bayless took hold, and then she started to pull, and then she didn't want to tack on, and then she did tack on. So a real learning experience for her there today. Probably not the best one, but at least she's been to the races. But Satomi didn't need the experience, so she was good, the daughter of the Autumn Sun. She got back, hit the line hard. No doubt she's the only one you want to probably follow out of that race at this stage. 9 races to come from Eagle Farm. 3rd event, Caulfield, 90 seconds away. Illy Ivy Data hit the line well last time out after a slow getaway at Geelong.
Yeah, well, she blew the start, Mardo, and her race was over. I tipped her at a price off a terrific first up run. She was 9th of 10, and so punters go, what are you talking about? Well, she was back last on a savage leaders track and ran top 8 last 200, zooming home. Damien Lane takes over, just has to jump.
And Damien Lane has been playing a little weirdly.
Mighty competitive, backable price.
Damien Lane went out of his mind last week.
Strong clip and just kept on running. Smashed the track record there at his first go 1400. So he's clearly popular here and very hard to beat on that fast win. He looks the leader. Punters not shying away from on-speed runners. Falcon and Malta strong well. I've seen plenty worse 25 to 1 pops 10, 12, 5, 2.
Hedonist, the favourite, went up at 270, late 280, 250, back to $2.60. Nibbles for 2 rules and Early Ivy to beat it with the tab fix. Quick read there from this morning to now.
PC, welcome back, PC.
270 into 250, back to 260 for Hedonist. 2 Wolves is $5.50 into $4.60 and has been best backed everywhere to beat it. Freshened and staying at 1,400 metres today, 2 Wolves.
Well,
His first, he's been on dry ground at 1,400 twice. He's won them both. He's maiden, and his win last start had a lot of merit. He let rip like a good horse, but just start number 4 can win.
They're ready with Matt on the inside. Moving towards the outside, attendance in there. Now, there's just something going on towards the outside here. There's just a tongue tie being adjusted. 2 Bulls looks like it's standing pretty well, with also Heavenly Eagle as the starter. Paul did mounts the platform and they're ready. They're set for the Ray Benson. The red lights continue to flash. Just in that precarious situation of adjusting the tongue tie in the stalls. They're ready, gates are back and away. Well, Hedonist jumped well, but Dollar Chaser began very quickly. Hedonist is going to boot up underneath of it and head it off, though, and Falcon of Malta's pushing up out deeper. Heavenly
yeah, so he's expected to do that.
Inexorable, 3 further back, Illy Ivy, 2 Wolves.
He is exactly doing what he shouldn't have
The
done.
track record holder from Warrnambool a couple of weeks ago runs off the back section at the 1,000 metres, 4 or 5 lengths in front. Falcon of Malta second, Dollar Chaser third, 2.5 Heavenly Eagle. They were
Let's see if it can hold up.
on the inside of Wilmot, then 2 Bulls, Illy Ivy, and Tazima is last of all as they reach the 700 marker. So it's Hedonist in front by 2.5 lengths. Falcon of Malta second, the outside doing the chasing work with Dollar Chaser, and they're 3 lengths in front of Heavenly Eagle, 2.5 Inexorable as the field of spread. Further back is Wilmot, who's under pressure, getting reminders early from 2 Bulls, Illy Ivy a long way back, and then came Tazima. So it's Hedonist, had them chasing, crapped around the corner though, at the 300 metres, leading by a length and a half. Falcon of Malta, Dollar Chaser up on the inside, then Heavenly Eagle, Inexorable, and 2 Wolves from a long way back, still Hedonist, 200 metres to go, Hedonist by about a length and a half, but they're coming, it's paddling, 2 Wolves on the outside is flashing
12.
to the top, 2 Wolves went
Brilliant.
on, and 2 Wolves wins it.
PC!
Second was Hedonist, followed by
PC! 12.
Bolter, inexorable. Tazima ran through the line. As Ray Benson used to say, it'll keep.
12 and 5.
A long gap Dollar Chaser, and at the tail of the field was Wilmots.
2 Wolves right over the top of Hedonist.
Boom!
Looks like 9 may grip on to run third, just ahead of the 2. Thought it might be 12, 5, 9 and 2. 2 Wolves looks really promising. Third win comes at start 5, Data.
Yeah, nice win, of course. And 3 wins now, 1,400 dry tracks. He relished that strong speed. He did spot the leader, 8, 9 lengths though, and ran him down with GST on top. Second horse has done a good job. Ran along.
That neutral actually nailed it. That was the highest leverage point. That was the highest leverage point. What happened with 5 is exactly what we thought he is going to do. He raved it because he knew that he is overweight, and he raved it, and it did not have the pressure to survive. It did not have the pressure to survive. 12 was a neutral. I don't know. I kind of like to stay away from all that. But 12 had the highest leverage, which PC rightly explained that huge run last time. So that's why that's a very good horse. There's no doubt why was a challenger. So what is the result? 12, 5, 9 and 2. 12, 5, 9 and 2. So basically 10 did not have the physics, all right? 10 did not have the physics. I guess that's why we are having a data loss here. So that was not possible. 6 did not have the form. 5 was brain damaged here. And in the bargain, the 12 went through. And go to next. Nine has been scratched. 6, 7, 8, 4. So far, none of the favorites have gone home. That's what Caulfield is all about. 6, 7, 8, 4. Okay, so this one is a 2400 meter, and so the odds are right. Okay, the odds are right. The 6 now. There are a couple of things about this distance. Is this that anything above 22,000 meter, a 5-year-old mare has better chances. I'm not exactly talking about the Melbourne Cup and all that premium races. I'm talking about normal racing on Saturdays and weekdays. So if there's a distance which is like 2400 meter, a 5-year-old mare is the key. Now, if that's that, then it is supposed to fall. Okay, it is supposed to fall. Now, the odds are like this: that 6, 7, 8, and 4. 6, 7, which is right. Also, then it is 8, which is the challenger class, and then it is 4. The right order probably, I mean, this is a benchmark 84. A benchmark 84 is a very standard benchmark. This one is not like a benchmark 70 or anything. So what that means basically is the horses are all good. They have some specific advantages, disadvantages. So the right order basically is like this: the 6 is a 5-year-old mare. That's on third line here. But the distance is with the 5-year-old mare. So the odds are right. It is running on pressure. It is the linear. has the best jock should win. How it should unfold is because it is a 2400 meter, that's why the odds are saying 7 is the next in line, which is also good. And then it is going to the challenger and finally coming to a class which is here. So the odds are right in all the ways, but what might happen is this, that because this is a benchmark 84, and if we look at how things are in terms of the leverage point of view, so through the leverage, the 6 is definitely the highest leverage which is here. That means this horse has been promoted. It's a fantastic horse which puts us into a safe custody. So 6 is good. But if we look at 7, then 7 is the lowest leverage, all right, and it is not the highest class. It is in good shape, good form, all that is right. There is a jockey which is also right. But what might happen is the class will interfere. So what is it? These are not in a right shape, okay? 3, 2, 1, these are not in the right shape. They're not in the right shape. But the 4 is borderline there. Plus, it has a dedicated jock with a 40% strike rate. So that's a good one. Okay. So what might happen is this is going to be here, then it falls here. Then it goes to 8 because of the numbers, and then it can go anywhere. 7, I don't know, maybe this gets to the third line, fourth line here. This is the third. 6 is second, third, this is 1. By challenger, which is here. So all those things are possible. Might happen, might not happen. But 7 going through the second position could be a questionable thing. But we are not going to do all that anyways. I like 6. 6 should win. It's a 2400 meter linear 5-year-old mare. Huge leverage. And jocks in place, pressure is not much. What might backfire? So there's one thing that might backfire, which is this, that up till 2000 meters the linears are good. Up till 2000 meters the 6 fits the bill. Everything is right with 6. It has the leverage, it has a pressure, it is the linear, it has a jock, everything is right. What might backfire is this, that this is the only horse which is handicapped. Okay, this is the only, it is not hugely handicapped, but that is the only horse which is handicapped. The 3 is there in some way which is very negligible, but the 6 is the only horse which is handicapped. So what might happen if that kicks in? Because up till 2000 meters linears win. That's up till 2000 meters. 2400 meters, a 5-year-old mare has the best possible chance. But 2400 meter linears have a problem. So this has the best chance, but this is a linear. So if that becomes a hindrance, that this is the only horse which is handicapped and it gives up for some reason, because rest everybody is on advantage. Okay, this is the only pressure model. Rest everybody is on advantage somewhere or the else, and not that it is of the highest class. It has the leverage, which means that it has been promoted and it has a nice body weight, which is also good. So all those things, they fall into place. What is the flip side is that this is a linear. 2400 meter linears, that's a, I mean, that's not good. What is good is 2400 meter 5-year-old mare. That's good. 2400 meter a linear is no good, not good. But 6 fits the bill. Everything is there. The leverage is there. The jockey is there. And if it doesn't give up, which it shouldn't, then you'll win. But can it give up? Yes, because that's the only horse which is under pressure, handicapped. Rest, everybody has advantage. Everyone. That's the only horse which is going to run on pressure. We'll see how that works. I like the 6. Should work. Tuna! Welcome back, Tuna! Someone is throwing hearts. 6. Thank you for doing that. Should win. Unless that gives up. I mean, everybody else's advantage. This is the only horse which doesn't have the advantage. What fits the bill is a 5-year-old mare, jockey, leverage, all that fits the bill. But an advantage is still an advantage over 2400 meter. I would have liked it if this was, I mean, I like the horse. There's nothing not to like about it. It's a fantastic horse. Definitely, a 5-year-old mare has all the strength to pull off a 2400 meter, and that's the best we have seen on 2400 meters. But it's not risk free. They're showing Rose Hill. Let's put on Rose Hill.
Notice is 440 under 5, Hendricks 11 to 12, Ridden in Money 18-19, and Persian Wonder 26 down to $41. So Confederation is a $650,000 colt by Wooden Bassett out of pretty fast. Mum won 4 of 10. She was a listed winner in Brisbane. $34 for the Tab Golden Slipper, $51 for the Blue Diamond in 3 weeks. One of a couple of debutantes in the race and well tried here, Davo.
Yeah, it's been well tried. And look, it's an interesting one. I've got a lot of respect for the market, but in the back of my mind as well, mate, I've also got the little fact that if I had $1 for every Coolmore colt that started under the odds on...
If the 6 wins, this will be the first favourite coming home.
I'd be living in the Bahamas right now. So I've got that in the back of my mind that they tend to go around ridiculously short because of the breeding, because of the Coolmore factor and whatnot. But this one didn't go up short. It's been backed in. So it's a bit of a different story. I respect it. The trials have been solid. But like I said, there's a lot that that do start very, very short.
Incognito was expensive as well. I set them back $1 million. A colt by Stay Inside. Chase well to win the Breeders' Plate on debut. $8 Tab Golden Slipper favourite.
Yeah, well, we'll get to know more here. He's not going to be 100% screwed down. We're so far out from the slipper, but I think most are going to be in the same boat. And I think at the same time, with colts these days for breeding purposes, they've got to have them well enough, wound up. They don't want them losing many races, particularly at group level. So expecting to be the one to beat, but we get a few answers from the questions around the Golden Slipper picture in this race today.
Further drift for Incognito, late with the bookies 160 to 190, and a further nibble for Confederation, 5 into $3.40. It's the mover to beat the favourites. 2 horses have won this, then the Golden Slipper, since the race was moved from the spring in 2008, and they were Vancouver and Sebring. The Canterbury Stakes is the third, starting an early quaddy. Here's Darren.
Canterbury Stakes, and the 6 of them are set to go. Ready. Racing, and Eviction Notice left the gate sharply and will lead rather comfortably. Incognito quickly whips up on the outside looking for the front. Well, joining the leader, Confederation third, just taken hold of for cover. Then Hidrix 2 after written in money, written conservatively, and Persian Wonder is last of all. Eviction Notice will hold the front from the short favourite Incognito. Confederation travelling strongly, very strongly right on its heels. The grey Hidrix creeping a bit closer on the inside as Confederation moves up 3 wide. 2 for the back to written in money. Persian Wonder is the last one. Eviction Notice at the 450. Half in front to Incognito. On the outside, Confederation going after the leaders as Incognito giving a little bit more rein. Really pours the pressure on now to Eviction Notice. 2 for the back to Confederation, and Hidrix running a race. The great poking through the middle, and Hidrix going on with the job here. And Hidrix charges to the lead from Confederation. Eviction Notice, and that's some debut. Hidrix, one with a bid in reserve, beating the stablemate Confederation, and Eviction Notice. Incognito really folded up from Persian Wonder and written in money.
Well, Hidrix the Grey, very well related, a full brother to the Group 1 Flight Stakes winner in Apocalyptic, set the back $1.7 million, and the colt is loaded clearly with talent, paying $11.20 and $4.10, was $201 into $51 for the Tab Golden Slipper before that debut. Davo?
Lovely debut, wasn't it, Marto? As you said, well-bred colt, fetched a big price to get the sales, and gee, that's some effort. Love the late strength. He's going to eat up 1,200 metres in a slipper. Confederation, solid debut, just a bit keen. Eviction Notice holds on. Favourite, very disappointing. All eyes on the Stewards report off that, but 2-year-old racing can throw up results, and that's the case today.
Hidrix makes a 2-year-old statement, though, and puts them away in the Canterbury Stakes. And we'll see how the fillies stack up when the next race there at Rosehill, also Group 3 grade, is the Widden Stakes. But Hidrix bursting through them with a neat turn of fourth. Home tote reward, $11.20 and $4.10. Confederation, Spectre run well, does that, and pays $1.80. Fiction Notice, there is no third. Hidrix really good in winning race number 3 from Rosehill. Well, of course, something big is coming your way very shortly here on Sky Racing 1 in the shape of another fantastic Tab Time special. About half an hour or so away from a dropping, so get the cameras to the ready, scanning a QR code and getting inflated odds for a key chance later on this afternoon. Dave Stanley's enjoying Tab Time today at Queanbeyan, and hi to you, Davo, once again.
Yeah, g'day, Marto. Great to be joining you from a very good part of New South Wales, Q-Town. The pub is packed, mate. They are all getting out of the heat today, as I'm sure they are, right across the country. They are enjoying themselves. They've got their tab hats and they're ready to rock and roll. Now, I've spoken to the tab traders. It's going to be a very, 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 very big prize coming up, or a big offer coming up. It's going to be in a Sydney race, so looking forward to that. I'll tell you what, Tab Time will be outstanding. So, boys, we'll see you later on. We'll back some winners. And I'm going to go and have a refreshment, Marto.
Oh, tough job, but someone's got to do it. If you're in the area at Queanbeyan, drop in today to say good day to Dave Stanley's at the Tourist Hotel there in Tab Time. Rapidly approaching. Paul Joyce is rapidly approaching with his thoughts on the second event from Eagle Farm. It's a benchmark 70, Joycey, over the 1,000 metres. Laredo, talented 4-year-old, terrific, winning first up at the sunny coast.
Yes, Marto, a bit quieter here in the studio, but Lorado certainly looks the horse to beat in the next. Probably didn't really want barrier one if I'm looking for any sort of negative. He's a horse that likes a bit of room. We saw him storm down the outside to win at the Sunshine Coast. So Daniel Moore's just going to have to sort of navigate a path away from that rail to get a shot at these leaders. But they look to go very quickly, as you would expect, over the short course. And yeah, he's building a very good record, isn't he? 3 starts with 2 wins in a second. This is his toughest test today. He's short enough, but I've got to go with him. I thought the 11 Spectacular was the obvious danger. She gets the claim here for Chelsea Baker. She's been in the Quinella at 7 of her 8 starts. A lot of it has been on the poly track, but more recently she fought it out with Yo-Yo Easy, a very promising geller up here for the Hoisted Yard. So she's the danger. Nothing too exciting though. They are the 2 favourites.
Yep, and Lorado's the favourite, $2.25 this morning, currently at $2.40. Spectacular best back to beat it and closing in $2.90 into $2.50. And Savage Revive is 6 this morning, $6.50 into $5.50 late. The key contenders on the tab fiction this morning to now, 2.5 minutes out from start time. Lorado's the bookies' favourite, $2.10, $2.40, just into $2.35. Late and Spectacular, it's the move everywhere to beat at number 11, $2.80 into $2.50. Good support for Spectacular, basing a very good early record, freshened and staying at 1,000 metres today, Joycey.
Yeah, I was happy to take her on a little bit at the Gold Coast when she got rolled as an even money favourite. There was a lot of pressure in that race. She was coming off poly-track form and she was beaten soundly, but she proved me wrong last start. Even though she was beaten behind Yo-Yo Easy, she really made Yo-Yo fight for that win, and so she sort of came back onto my radar as a more genuine prospect. And overall, you're in the Quinella 7 of 8. It's a bit hard to take them on. She'll go forward off the soft gate with the claim. It's only 1,000 metres, and she'll be there for a long way. Lorado, on the other hand, he was crunched late in betting at the Sunshine Coast, and I think that might come for him late again today. I think the Hoisted Yard have a big opinion of him, and he's also done nothing wrong today. 3 starts, 2 wins in a second. So the 2 favourites pick themselves. The interesting runner is the 10 Savage Revive, Marto, coming out of that first up run Ipswich when rolled as an odds-on favourite, but she had solid Melbourne and Sydney form prior to joining the Golden Yard for this campaign. So if there's one there that could definitely improve sharply, it'd have to be the 10.
And money suggested mine at $6.50 into $5.50 attracts good late interest with the bookies Savage Revive. Second start today for Tony Gollan was with Nick Ryan, second up off a break of almost 6 months.
Yeah, and when you look at that Melbourne and Sydney form, like she was in the market in a couple of those races. She started favourite at Rose Hill one day in a benchmark 78 fillies and mares race. She was only beaten the nose. So it was just that disappointing first up run Ipswich that has sort of turned the market against her, and maybe we're being a bit hard on that run, or maybe I'm being a bit hard on that run. I think we expected her to do more and she didn't, but she may have just needed it. As you said, she was first up for 6 months, and no doubt she'll come on. Ryan Maloney in rare form at the moment, as is Tony Gollan, always in top form as a trainer. So I could definitely see the appeal of the 10, and even since we've been chatting, she started to trim up.
Yeah, it's now $6.50 into $5 late with the bookie Savage Revive. Your fourth pick is Just Precious, nibbled as well, $10.11 into $9.50. She's a capable mare with a handy record, resuming without a trial.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing up here, Marto. No trial publicly, but I did get hold of a jump out, and she jumped out particularly well up there on the Sunshine Coast. So they're exactly the same thing as a trial. They're just not recorded and you can't watch them. So that's one of those things I'm always banging on about up here, Marto, to get those recorded and put into the form guide. But it's a hard battle I'm fighting, and eventually we'll get there, but it takes time.
Yes, in this day and age they should be. Second event from Eagle Farm. Let's get trackside. Here's Mitch.
Session and Just Precious both underwent vet checks behind the gates, but both have been cleared to run. So Savage Revive goes up. They've only firm for this. It's at a 4.6 now. The ex-Victorian. Strip fitter for the first one run at Ipswich. Now Concession about to come up. And Super Zamboni will be the last to load. So almost set to run. 1,000 metres, race 2. Light blinks. Ready? And they're racing now. Lorado off the inside, bounce well with Speedtacular. Shortly after the start, Speedtacular will lead. Metalcraft is coming across to second, Concession third. Now Lorato's back to fourth. Then Just Precious, Big Boy George and Custo. Savagery Vibrant right off the speed today, second last, and Super Zamboni sees them all. At a controlled gallop for the 1,000 metres, Speedtacular leads along head, Metalcraft prior to the corner. Concession third, and Lorado tucked in behind the speed fourth. Then followed by Custo, Just Precious. Savagery Vibes a fair way off them with Big Boy George and last Super Zamboni. It's Speedtacular in front. Lorado's into the clear now. And quickly out after Speedtacular at the 200 metres mark. Lorado struck the front from Speedtacular, who's trying to rally back. Lorado drew ahead clear, now a neck, now a half, and Lorado's going to be a bit too good for Speedtacular. Savagery Vibes got up for third late from Just Precious. Super Zamboni, Custo, Concession, Big Boy George and Metalcraft.
Lorado over the top of Speedtacular for Daniel Moore to pay $240. UTAP New South Wales $220 on the Super.
We can't put the Sapphire Coast. John Leather 2. Let's see, Caulfield.
And Nugent 750 into 7 goes back out to $8 very late in proceedings. So we're a minute 40 away from race number 4. Over to the bookies late, and Sun Gift 270 out to 3. Stylish Secret 350, 360 $3.
Yes, should happen, TC. That's a
Horse number 7. It's on a 7-day
5-year-old man. Let's see.
Kept chasing last time out. Won at Sol Go at this track and trip.
Yeah, he did as a 3-year-old. He beat Verona Rupi and Co. That day. That was back in July on soft ground. He's just as adept on dry. Look, he was solid last time. The Suntour was flying and was too good. the run prior to that, he was 3 lengths off Sun.
Everybody is going to be ahead of that horse. Expected it is going to be the last, but the jockey has to pull it up at the last bend. So everybody is going to be running ahead.
Draws the inside, and much fitter now, third run back.
Yeah, I think third up getting to the stage might be the key to him. He's just a stayer. That's his sort of sweet spot. You saw him impressively win a St. Ledger back in April, beating Lid Steel, who won really well Flemington Cup Week.
There's a lot which is depending on the jock. There's a lot.
Dictionary's been spec $7.50 out to 8, back to $7.50. Good strong winner last time out at $15 at Flemington.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't he? Being Tarvey far really. The run prior to that, he was looking for longer. Sun Gift was too good for him as well. But he too is advantage. Well, he is advantage at this ancient.
And for those after a roughie, Diwali's been spec'd. Number 2, 19 out to 21, back into $19.
Of course, his advantage. See, they do not clearly talk about the advantage models. They don't clearly talk about which horse has the advantage.
To the lead early from Dictionary, the outside, American Wolf, the fence, and then Sun Gift, who's slotting across in fourth.
Yes, okay, you are doing good.
One off the fence, and they're 2 lengths Garrett.
That's the right position.
Last night Endeavour. Little Stylish Secret is the leader at the post by a length and a half. Dictionary second, American Wolf is third, a little keen as they run that bend. Then came Sun
That is
Gift,
the right position, you're okay.
sit fourth, one off the rails, and
Everybody is going to run in front of this.
Chico Knight Endeavour the outside of Diwali as they search their way down towards the 1700 metres, and Stylish Secret is the pilot for Luke Cartwright with that 2 kilo claim, leading out by about 2.5 lengths. Second is Dictionary, and then came American Wolf. Further back is Sun Gift. 2 lengths away, Samuel Langhorn, and then came Garrett Chico. Diwali the rails second last, and Night Endeavour is at the end as Stylish Secret starts to climb the hill and takes the sting out of the race. And they're not going hard at all now past the 1400 metres. So it's Stylish Secret clear by 2 lengths to Dictionary second. Then came American Wolf, who's third on the rails. A length away to Sun Gift. 2 further back, Samuel Langhorn, and then came Garrett Chico. So there's been no change since they went past the judge with a lap to go. Garrett Chico, 6th one off the rails, a length and a quarter, Diwali and Last Night Endeavour. Stylish Secret getting an opportunity in front here. Dawdles along in front, runs through the 1,000 marker by 3/4 of a length. Dictionary second, the recent Flemington winner. American Wolf is third, has been up on the steel. They were followed by Sun Gift as they leave the back straight. Garrett Chico gets going now 3 deep and tries to put some spice into it from Samuel Langhorn, who followed it out 3 wide. Night Endeavour second last, and Diwali at the end. So Stylish Secret approaching the 6.
You're doing good.
Kicked up to lead.
Bro, you're doing good.
Chico 3 wide.
You're doing good. You're at the right position.
From Sun Gift, 2 lengths Samuel.
I just hope it doesn't give up.
Had a bit in the tank approaching the corner and slid away 400 metres to go. Almost.
All right, now is the time, baby.
Then came American Wolf. Sun Gift was
Now is the time, baby.
by Samuel Langhorn and Garrett Chico dropping off. Stylish Secret 200 to go.
Now is the time, and bring it home, baby.
Stylish Secret grabbed by Sun Gift. Stylish Secret's a fighter. Sun Gift not getting there yet. It's going to be close as they hit the line. Stylish Secret.
7 and 6. Eee.
Langhorn in photos, and they were followed by behind
7 and 6.
followed by Diwali, Garrett Chico, and Last Night Endeavour.
Stylish Secret.
7 and 6.
Will win at $4.
There's a lot on that jock.
Big Sun Gift, they will run third there. American Wolf.
7, 6.
Fourth, Samuel Langhorn. So
8.
it should be 7, 6, 8, and 5. Good tough performance on a 7-day backup. Stylish Secret, but getting 2.5 kilos off the runner-up was crucial late there, Gator.
Yeah, I think so. Little weight swing, well ridden, and a nice kick at the top of the straight, and it likes the fight.
Yeah, that was close. But
$1.60 for the place, so 7, 6, 8.
so what happened is this, that the 7 actually won. The thing that happened probably is this, that so what happens generally, a 2400 meter is all about advantage. Now this this one fits the bill, but that was the only horse that was running on pressure. (2400 meter) is not a small distance, but that's what happened. We'll go to the next 5. No scratching. 2514. So the 2 is the favorite. Now, the 2 is the third linear, but here is the problem. The problem is exactly what happened here. It's a benchmark 70, they're all going negative. All right. That was 1000 meter. Gate number 11, 19 paid off with a jockey. So that was that part of the story. It was 1000 meter. Here it becomes a 1800 meter. Now, so 1800 meter is almost like testing the class. Okay. So what happens when so let's talk about 2 first. What is wrong with 2? 2 is not doing well, going on negative, has the class, doesn't have the jock. It's on a pressure model, and that's a green guy who's riding that horse. It has the physics. Okay, that's good. Then it is 5, which is the colt, which is the highest leverage point. That is also going on negative. Now this jock, I am kind of not sure what he is capable of. He's handicapped negative 28. So if we do that, then he's the first one. But how is that's very questionable. But it has the physics as well. That's that, okay. Then comes 1, which is the highest class. The problem is he is also one of those guys, okay. He's also one of those guys. And 10 is a challenger, and 3 is on the third line. Okay, this one is the highest in class, the 1. Then it is 2. They're both going negative. Both has physics. In fact, all 3 of them has physics, but the jocks are kind of questionable. If that's a pressure model, that's a jock which is difficult to believe what it will do. 3 is good. Okay, 3 is good. Now, so the difference between this one was a race where each and every horse is going to get raved. 1,000 meter, everybody is going to get raved. These two did not have the physics. This one had the physics, went negative. My call was 2. With the class, it paid off. But that's 1,000 meter. Here it is not the same. It is an 1,800 meter. So 1,800 meter requires a little strategic movement. Now, what does that mean? So this basically is a race where if they get raved, they will not win. Okay, if they get raved, they will not win. They need to be very strategic. Here, these horses are in trouble. The first thing is because they are going negative. Caliber versus pressure, and how they are there is like that. So my assumption is this, that even if they have the physics, which is good, it is difficult here. All right. Plus, these two doesn't have the jock. The 2, which is the favorite, doesn't have a jock. I mean, this jock is calibrated in a way which is very difficult to believe what it will do. 5 is the same scenario. That I do not know how that is happening. Probably some penalty point which is accumulating. So that's that. 1 is the highest in class, has advantage, but it is a pressure model and the jock is not present. 10 is running parallel, but it is a challenger. 3 fits the bill, but the point is this, that up till 2,000 meters the linears win. Okay, up till 2,000 meters the linears will win. provided they have a clear go here, which they don't have. So where things might work is because, they are in a difficult situation, and this one is a challenger. 3 has the opportunity. Does it have the strength? No. It doesn't have the strength. What it has is an opportunity, because they are in trouble. If the jock is smart, which it looks like he is smart, not the smartest, but yes, smart, then he'll be able to bring it home. And now it is the same dilemma which was here also, that if this is the low, then it will go high. And if this is the high, then it will go low. So this pressure is somewhere in the middle, even for this guy. So if this is the low, then yes, somebody higher has the chance of getting into the next position. But if this is the high and they all fail, then obviously it will go here or here, somewhere where it fits. So that is unclear. So the 3 has the opportunity, and it is the same task as this guy. Okay. What was against 6 is this, that the bill was right. It was the right favorite. Okay. Generally 2400 meter 5-year-old mares will win. But this one was a 5-year-old mare plus a linear, and the only linear. And that's where things went wrong. The jock probably did the right thing. He was doing the right measurements, and he was trying to not push that horse and all that he was trying. But what happened is this thing gave up, because there's a huge amount of advantage on these horses. Okay. And they're like neck to neck. It is not like this is one of the highest class. They're like neck to neck. So yeah, so the advantage went through. Here, this is not the highest class. The class is this and this, which they have rightly identified. But the problem is this, with those 2 horses, they're both going negative. One is still okay, but they do not have the jocks. So if they fall behind, these guys do not have the strength to pull them back to the sequence line, which is here. Okay. That will not happen. That becomes very difficult, because they are very heavyweight jocks. They are overweight. I mean, not overweight as in like overweight, but they are heavier than these guys, the orange guys. So, and what happened, we've seen this guy also, right? The 5. What we anticipated is, because he is overweight, he will try to push this horse from the gate to get a lead. And in the bargain, he will lose the traction at the last 367, because it doesn't have the pressure. It will not be able to stand. If it gets raved on a 1400 meter, the entire field, which actually he did exactly what we anticipated that he's going to do. And he did that. Because he is overweight. Here it is the same thing. So they will try all those bad tactics on those horses on an 1800 meter. So if all that fails, which has maximum chances that they will fail, then the 3 has the right opportunity. But after 3, whether it will go down or it will go up, I don't know. So they are in a kind of a situation which is dicey. 10 is a challenger. 3 has the opportunity. If they can encash the opportunity, they will win. But if they do anything stupid, now what can backfire? Many things can backfire. It doesn't have the pressure. For starter, it doesn't have the pressure. It is a pressure model which can go upside down by them or them. This can be knocked out by them, the higher pressure model, or the lower pressure model. This is a negative 26, negative 18. All of them are higher. This is 19. And they are all higher than him. So there is a possibility that the 3 might say, okay, thank you very much. I am done for the day and I'm not doing this anymore. So there is a 100% possibility that the 3 might say that. But if things fall right and the jock takes the right decision, then it is difficult to stop the 3 because they are in trouble. So that 3 is a check. Little too far back, moron jog. He tried, PC. He tried. Whatever little he could do, he tried. But it was not in his favor. He tried. And you're right, he was far back. I mean, he should have acted at the 600-meter marker. I think he missed that. And by the time he actually pressed the button, it was a lot to catch. It's showing Rose Hill. Watch Rose Hill.
Some sweat removed down the neck there by Ryderberry. Here's Christina going into the gates, along with Oregon Coast, Coolart, and
9.
Tatiana, who's had 2 starts leading up to this. Trambageri Portelli was replatted there behind the barriers. So Oregon Coast moves in. Well, Hendricks looked good winning the Canterbury. Effortless win. Full brother to Apocalyptic. Real smoke haze around Sydney building up this afternoon. Tatiana is the last to move in here for the running of the Whitten Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies. Miss Scandal a jump favourite, but she's been hard to lay. We're all set to go. Ready? And the gates are back. They're off and racing. And Pearl of Dubai jump build. Miss Scandal going forward, and Chili Girl doesn't want to give up the low draw, and Chili Girl will hold out Miss Scandal. Pearl of Dubai takes a set. Now Miss Chanel still pushing forward up on the outside of runners. Then came Macra Hanish, followed by Oregon Coast. Two further back to Hardhanger. On the outside of Cressida, and the last two, Cool Out on the outside of Tatiana. Chili Girl racing keenly ahead in front to Miss Scandal. Two after Pearl of Dubai camped in a great spot. Half length the outside to Miss Chanel, then Macra Hanish from Oregon Coast. Further back to Hardhanger on the outside of Cressida. Tatiana and Cool Out of the last two.
Come on, baby, run.
Leading the way from Miss Scandal. Pearl of Dubai locked up third on the inside. Miss Chanel being stoked up going after the leaders. Miss Scandal's
fish.
gone. Chili Girl found 2 lengths. Miss Chanel for danger. The only danger by the looks of it. Chili Girl a half in front. Miss Chanel's laying down the gauntlet. Chili Girl a half length. A neck.
6-3.
Chili Girl all the way there from Miss Chanel.
6-3-1-2.
Third on the inside of Pearl of Dubai. Followed further back by Christina. Then Macra Hanish from Oregon Coast, Cooler, Tatiana, and Miss Scandal. She stopped really badly.
That thing gave up, PC.
And it was right with Chili Girl as well, landing bets there for Tim Clark, Ryan and Alexiou winning on debut, beating Miss Chanel. Looks like Hardhanger third and Pearl of Dubai for fourth. Should be 6-3-2-1. Chili Girl by Trapeze Artist out of I Got Chills off to a winning start to her career there, Dover.
Yeah, lovely debut, lovely ride by Timmy Clark, nice and aggressive early, straight to the front, and able to hold off the late challenge from Miss Chanel. Second horse in run, faded, Miss Scandal, so it was a pretty good win. I think you'll find the Godolphin horse, Hardhanger will get there, looks like it from that photo over Pearl of Dubai. I think they were at 103.82. Was what I saw at the top of the screen. The boys went 104.03, so about a length quicker over all the girls.
And Chili Girl was $51 for the Tab Golden Slipper prior to that impressive debut performance. And it's 6-3-2-1 after the running of race number 4. Got to move on. Third event from Eagle Farm. It's a benchmark 80 at the 18-10. And Joycey, Brenda Van, the import was excellent, winning at Doomben last time out.
Yes, Marto, he was. He's a lively raced horse. He's got all the upside. He was very good when he got out to the mile. I think he'll be even better getting up to the 1800 on a bigger track. Came over from Europe where he'd won up to 2,000 metres. So, look, he's one of the best backed favourites all day. He should be winning. The only danger you can find would be the 8 Acadian Emperor coming off the first up run over a mile at Eagle Farm. He was doing his best work late. He probably needs a bit further, if anything. 2,000 metres plus seems to be his best distance range, and he's only second up. So I think Brenda Van can get him today. 2 to beat the 8. If you're playing multis, the 7 Noble Conqueror never runs a bad race. And the 10 Karakoram could be the roughie down in the weights, 52 kilos, ready to improve third up. So that's your absolute blowout at 100 to 1, but we'll go 2, 8, 7 and 10.
Give you another one that's been spected odds, Joycey. Let Fly for CJ Graham, number 11, 31 into 23. It's been back to the trials off a 5th at Doomben last time out. Quick read, Let Fly.
To Brindavan.
I seem to find her at odds pretty much every time she goes around.
Brindavan is a city in India.
She did scramble home and win a Gold Coast race.
It's a place, holy place. I can't believe they have a race horse by that name.
Brenda Van really popular. She touched on 175 into $1.50 clear cut market mover at the Tab fixed on race number 3. Quick look at the bookies. 170 into $1.50 lace. Acadian Emperor 320 out to $4 lace. And Let Fly spec here as well, 31 into $21. As we take your trackside, it starts early quadding with Mitch.
Well, it's really Wonka about to be placed away. Got caught up in the interference. And Whopper T was one of those runners as well in the Magic Million Sub-Zero. Brenda Van will run the odds-on favourite here, though. Whopper T about to come up with Cape Crusader. 150 at the death. Brenda Van. All in. Set to run. Gates are back and they're off and racing now. And Brenda Van was about midfield into stride. Wow, it's Willy Wonka the first to go from Let Fly. Wapati's going forward on their outside to that first bend, then Noble Conqueror.
Arcadian Emperor next, then Brenda Van, just a little keen early on. Maloney just trying to get the favourite to settle. Then Cape Crusader, Cara Coron, and that's Molly who's gone back to the tail. 1,400 metres left to run. Wow, it's really Wonka. Gifted the lead. Leads by a length and a half. Wapiti second left without cover. Let Fly is third. 1 length away in fourth, Noble Conqueror. Arcadian Emperor is 50 inside, and then followed Brenda Van, still with the mouth ajar at the 1,200 metres marker. Then Cape Crusader, Cara Coron. And last is that's Molly. Towards the 1,000 metres mark they head. Wow, it's really Wonka at modest fractions. 3/4 clear. Wapiti second. Let Fly is third. Noble Conqueror travels fourth. Turning away Arcadian Emperor, the inside of Brenda Van. So they race together now. The leading pair of the market on the half-mile marker. Then Cape Crusader, Cara Coron. That's Molly is last of all. Bit more gallop now put into the race. 650 metres left to run. Wow, it's Willy Wonka a half clear from Wapiti, approaching the home bend. Let Fly is third, Noble Conqueror fourth. Then Arcadian Emperor. Brenda Van about to hook to the outside. Cape Crusader next. Cara Coron, that's Molly. Topping the straight. Wow, it's Willy Wonka. Quickly tackled by Wapiti. Noble Conqueror's got that pair. Brenda Van now called upon. Arcadian Emperor went back to the far side with Let Fly. Favourite's going to pick up here. 150 to go. Noble Conqueror in front. Brenda Van about 3 parts of a length away. Not getting there. Back on the far side. Arcadian Emperor. It's Noble Conqueror. Noble Conqueror.
7-2. That's a huge horse. That's 7.
Further back to that's Molly, Cape Crusader, Cara Coron, Wapiti. Wow, it's Willy Wonka.
Noble Conqueror home, going well again at the moment under Kyle Wilson-Taylor. Double figure odds across the totes quickly, Joycey.
Yeah, it came through the same form line as Brenda Van, just reversed the results, gave it a little swing at the weights, and a very, very casually run 1,800 certainly didn't suit the favourite.
So it's 7, beating 2, beating Ace, and 11 in for 4th. So race number 3 is the main quad he gets under. The early quad he gets underway there.
We're going to show Sapphire Coast. We can't put on Sapphire Coast. We'll wait for Caulfield. Arman 2510. Yeah, we'll see how that works. I mean, they don't have a problem here, but they definitely have a problem here and here.
Perhaps one run too long, sort of by accident. He was entered for a 1,600 metre race at Flemington, but was a late scratching due to a late arrival, I think, on course there. So yeah, they waited a week. He stayed at 1,400. He didn't have much luck. as you referenced, still ran a sub 33 last 600 though. Now he jumps to 1800. So look, it's not easy, but I trust the stable, and he's backable. Dangers, plenty of them. One of those, Miss Miranda, who beat the subsequent winner, and a handy one in Mystery and Drama before breaking the latest out to 1600. Now you can tie her form in through the third horse there, a horse called Pick a Symphony, if you look deep enough. So I think she's a good roughly the 8. Actually flying, he's so genuine. She was tough win last time, best 200's okay. Both Jenny Gone Bonkers and Komodo are strongly in the mix. I just thought Jenny went up a false favourite early doors. 4, 8, 2 and 1.
Kamito is the market mover at the tab, number 5. It's into $3.80 or $4.40. Looks really talented. 2 starts into the career, Gator.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his upside is, but there's plenty of it. It was a good debut. Strong maiden win, start 2. Plenty of substance to him on the clock. Last 600 figure.
Stretch, welcome back, Stretch.
The bookings out cheap. 330, 360 back to 350. Went up short of Kamito from 350 to $3.70. Full set stars the go to top pick. 650 into $5.50, and a couple being backed at longer odds, numbers 10 and 8. So we take your trackside for the 5th with Matt Hill.
The Robert Hunter. Robert, a big part of the Melbourne Racing Club for a long time, served on the committee for 39 years and member of the club for almost 50. Now, Stole Him goes up riderless, and Miss Miranda is going to be the last. A bit of light rain between races, just scattering the dust a little. So the young middle distance horses ready at the 1800. They're set to go, and they're away. Now, one of the favourites, Kamito, went back to second last early, back there with Bayou Music. Jenny Gone Bonkers began well with Miss Miranda, and then our Chief, who's going to posse right behind those horses in third from Stole Him, and then Super Inglese. Next on the inside is Leveraged Buyout between horses Octane Rain, as Super Inglese is caught wide up the hill. A length and a half false at Star Kamito, and last of all is Bayou Music. Heading towards the 1200 marker, Jenny Gone Bonkers the front runner by about a half length. Miss Miranda. Our Chief is third, and fourth is Stole Him. Super Inglese continues its progress 3 wide now. A length and a half away, Leveraged Buyout, and then came Octane Rain. Falset Star back to third last. They were followed on the inside by Kamito, and last Bayou Music. Jenny Gone Bonkers, 1,000 metres to go, swings to the side, a length Miss Miranda. Super Inglese is posted 3 wide. Stole Him's happy to keep it out wider, and then came along the inside our Chief. 2 lengths to Octane Rain, Leveraged Buyout. A length and a quarter Falset Star, and they were followed by Kamito, who's just over racing there on the inside and looks to be in limited room, trying to extricate away from the rails, and did so, and Bayou Music last. Jenny Gone Bonkers, 600 metres to go towards the entrance to the home straight, leading out by about 3/4 of a length Miss Miranda, then Super Inglese, who's had a hard run. Our Chief behind those horses. They really do a dash up here, and they were followed by Octane Rain. Kamito is in limited room behind a wall of horses. Stole Him, wax on, and then Leveraged Fire. Miss Miranda up to Jenny Gone Bonkers. 250 metres to go. It's Miss Miranda drawing a half, 3/4 of a length. Jenny Gone Bonkers. Then our Chief, who's getting out. Miss Miranda. 100 metres to go. Getting weary. Our Chief, Falset Star, and Bayou Music's flying home. Miss Miranda's holding on though, and Miss Miranda. A long neck to a photo. Falset Star, our Chief, then Bayou Music.
Eight, I think.
Behind those
8.
then Stole Him on Chain Rain. Jenny Gone Bonkers, Leveraged Buyout, Super Inglese, and Kamito.
Miss Miranda goes back to back with wins, fillied by Rick the Tycoon, and pays double figure odds across the
8-4
for second and third. 4 may well grab the 2, Falset Star and Our Chief respectively. 3 will wind up fourth, Bayou Music. Miss Miranda has now had 5 starts for 2 wins in its 2 most recent outings, Skater.
Yeah, look, she got into a good spot, didn't she, outside the lead. It looked to roll along with a solid enough clip, but took over and had enough up her sleeve to hold on and beat Falset Star, who's crying out to win a race. She was strong late again. Our Chief at the big weight never stops trying. He's so genuine, and should be juiced a little trifecta there. With Miss Miranda at a nice price getting the job done. The one that back Komodo figure file there.
So Miss Miranda wins, may well be 8, 4, 2 and 3. Now your confirmation, 5 down, 5 races to come at Caulfield. Just a reminder about the 10 time special. Rosalind Star to win at $5, currently
So what happened is a low pressure. 8-4, 2, and then 3. But so they were not in a position. They were not in a position. So now why that happened? Because they're all of the same age. Not of the same sex, but of the same age. Six and 7 has been scratched. 1824. When will Caulfield give a favorite? That's a question. So this one is a group 3,000 meter. Now, what is the difference between a benchmark 70 and a group 3 is huge. A group 3 is probably the highest potentials which are there. A group 3 is not about the benchmark, but group 3 is basically the entry point of the group races. Now, what happens here on these group 3 races is you have horses which are absolutely stunning. Now, in that order, the one is the right fit, which is like that. Okay. Now, the 4, I'm not sure whether they have the physics, but 1, if you look through the DICR, 1 is the highest. Then it is 2 and 3 here. And all of them are colts. So the 2 is not doing great. Okay. The 2 is not doing great. It is on the 4th line. The first is definitely this one, which drops here because it's a filly, but for 2 it's a problem. Now the problem is with 1 also. Why? Because all of them are colts, and the only relationship with the horse and the jock is here, okay, which is not doing great. Here, this is a colt. If the colt actually does the job, then one is unstoppable. But the question is whether it'll do the job, because colts are very difficult animals to handle, and if you do not have a jockey and a horse relationship, then colts will misbehave. You can't handle that colt. The colt will go on your personality. I mean, the jock's personality. Zahara is very good with colts, but others are questionable. So the 1 is the right odd because it is a group 3. The problem is this, that it has the jock. Now, if you look at the leverage is about 133. So this horse is a fabulous horse. And, you know, this horse is basically, you know, what it says about this horse is, so when a horse gets the leverage is basically a representation of the promotion that it had. Now that's huge, 133. Okay, so probably it is unstoppable. But on one condition, that the horse actually, I mean, the jockey is actually able to handle the horse. If the jockey is not able to handle the horse, then, sir, that will not happen. So if that fails, then that fails, and we don't know about the other horses. The 3, which is also there with the right, this is all advantages here. Okay, this is all advantages. 8 is rightly identified because of the numbers which are there, but 3 has advantage from the baseline, so that's good. And it is 8 is also inner gate, 3 is also inner gate. The thing is, 8 has a jock, which is good, 3 doesn't have, but they are all running advantage from the baseline. So definitely one of the horses are from here, whether it is 3 or 8, it's there. So the 1 is the right odd. There is no doubt the 1 is the right odd. But the question is this, whether it will run. If it runs, you can't stop it. And if the jockey lacks personality, then it will not run. It might bite the jockey. Now, why am I not talking about that particular section here? So what I have noticed is this, that, you know, when, like here, it was a benchmark 70. That's why I spoke about all that. Here, that was not the scene. Here, everything went negative. I stepped out. It was a benchmark 70 as well. Okay. Here, those were negative. It was a benchmark 70. I went with 2. Here it was the first one, which was like that. Anyway, so my point is simple. Why I'm not talking about this is because it is a group 3. In a group 3, you get the top line horses that are to be taken in consideration for the group 2. And we have the spring racing coming up here in Australia. Spring or autumn, I think, autumn racing coming up in a week or two. So they are doing the fine filter right now. So the one is a very important horse, and it is like huge, all right, 133. Ideally, it is unstoppable. Problem is this, that it's a colt. If the jockey can hold this horse cannot be stopped. But if the jockey fails, then the jockey fails. The only relationship with the jockey and a colt is here, which is the best jock, but the horse is suffering here. Okay, the horse is suffering here. So that probably is not it. We'll see how that works. I like the one. It should win by all means, but there's always a but, and that jock, if that jock does anything funny, it might even bite the jock and it'll not care. So if the jock is right, the horse is in. If the jock is wrong, the horse is upside down. No, it is basically this track gives you 30%. So 3 of the favorites will come in. At least that should happen. 3 of the favorites will come in. And I hope this is where it starts, because then we have some dicey races. This is all mare, which probably the odds, I don't know what the odds are, but there is a very strong chance that this is going to go upside down anyways. It's an all mare race. So this is like that. So if this comes in, then this is not the odds. Then here we have what? It's a benchmark 84. We'll see how that works. We have 4 more races to go, so at least 3 of the favorites needs to come home. That's the thumb rule here at Caulfield. You get anywhere between 30 to 40%, less than 40%, but about, I mean, if you get 40, that's overachievement. If you get 30, that is what they generally provide. So I hope this is where it starts, because there's nothing wrong with 1. It's a group 3. The class should play, provided the jockey doesn't get bitten by the horse. If that happens, then it is upside down. But I think it'll be. I mean, look, the horse is fantastic. All right. So you know, if you look at that 5, that was a code which was a 64 on a leverage point of 100 and at a benchmark 70 at 1800 meters. That was 64. PC knocked out here with the 12, which was at 48, which was a 4-year-old gelding. Okay, that was running neutral. That was the challenger class. So those are like, you know, not even 1/3 of what this horse is. This horse stands at a staggering 133. It should, I mean, if it falls right, it will win, and it will win by a length. Provided this genius is doing, I mean, it's not about how good he is, okay? It is not about how good he is. The goodness is not about, you know, how skillful that jock is. Here, the goodness is of a different flavor. The jockey must have the personality to please a colt, which is a difficult job. Colts are very demanding animals. We'll show Eagle Farm. Let's see Eagle Farm.
Different class, the winner there today, Mano. And don't forget, if you want to get involved in that quaddy, you can scan the QR code coming up on the screen in a moment. But Sovereign Hill, he's a nice horse. I think he's going on to better things, but that was a lovely win and expecting to run time there, Mano.
So it's 10-11, 5 runs third, 6 runs fourth. There's the quaddie special. Just a reminder, scan that QR code on screen. It's an easy way to get involved. All of Novo's selections straight into the bet slip, and if he gets the quaddie, you'll get a 25% boost in bonus bets. So get involved with the quaddie. The first leg at Rose Hill is race number 7 this afternoon. Next for coverage on this Saturday afternoon of live racing is the 4th event from Eagle Farm, which is an open handicap racing here at the mile. Over to you, Mr. Joyce. Mickey's Medal. Well, he got home well in a $2 million race on the Magic Millions program at the Gold Coast last time out.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Magic Millions Day, he hit the one pretty much 7 years ago at the 1400. He's had those few goes at the mile. He hasn't won at the mile. He's been run up 5 times. So I'm not too over in being a 1600 state, particularly off barrier 1. And I just think that Magic Millions form coming with a $2 million race is good.
Yeah, that's a very common thing. We have seen that here. Why I said that is because of the fact, Gatekeeper, because I've seen that happening. It's not that I'm joking. It sounds funny, but I'm not joking. I mean that actually happened, and we've seen that. There was this, there was this colt which actually ran after the jock to bite. So that's an issue. gatekeeper. That's an issue. If that's being taken care of, that horse is unstoppable. That you can't stop that horse. But that's a gray area. We don't know. Is he like John Rambo or Danny DeVito? If he's like Danny DeVito, then it's upside down. If he's like John Rambo, then it is unstoppable.
He brings completely different form into this. He's bringing Sydney form, which I like.
Let's have a look at what's happening. Joycey Lace with the bookies, and in the last 15 minutes of the trade, the favourite Mickey's medal is $2.70, out to $2.80, back to $2.70. Redford best back to beat at number 8, $3.30, $3.40, back into $3.10. Got back to last in the listed Sunshine Coast Cup last week. Lobs here on a 7-day backup. Lightly raced 5-year-old, pretty handy record, Redford.
Yeah, they usually are. Colts needs to be ridden like a colt. Zahara is very good with it.
In the field, he's also the most lightly raced horse in the field.
When Zahara is with a colt,
Glass outs at the end of his last prep.
it is unstoppable.
Glass outs, as it turns out.
But the rest of the guys are questionable. That puts J-Mac into the same bracket. That puts J-Mac into the same bracket. Zahara is too good with colts. And he will ride that colt like a colt. How the colt should be ridden.
40 late with the bookies. Victoria Road is attracting interest, and you've got it in the mix, Joycey. $13 into $10 late with the books. Of course, he's a Group 1 winner in the US of this trip and a Breeders' Cup juvenile race.
Yeah, my form guy doesn't go back that far, Marto, but certainly recently, running in very strong Sydney races, the Gong, the Ingham, even the Summer Cup wasn't beaten that far, and he's not meeting a strong bunch here. I think the claim for Jai Williams is a master stroke from the Mar Yard, and he certainly gets in and makes things interesting. I notice he's got the synthetic hoof filler on. We are on a good 4 track, so I don't know if that's ideal, but he's here and he's been back at odds.
There is your top big Mickey's medal coming at us head on. No weight again and draws the inside. Out to 1,600 metres. It's won at 1,500 metres all 5 of its career starts. Well, it's 5 career wins at 1,500 metres. Hasn't won at this trip, but there are 5.
Well, they should work. I mean, when will they give 30%?
Yeah, that's it, mate.
The next one, definitely the odds are not coming in.
For 5 seconds.
It's a all mare.
Short.
We've got 3 more races to go. I think the next one will bounce. This one should give the favorite. This one should give the favorite. I mean, below 30%, Caulfield will fall flat on its face.
Brisbane on 52.5 kilos, so it just looks the perfect race, Marto. I can't find any reason he won't win today.
This one, it should work.
Winners ended it by it's a sole place getter in the race.
I hope the jockey doesn't get beaten by the horse, man. I just hope it doesn't happen like that, but
Sydney form and come up with Mickey's medal over the rivals here. Did chase home Percival's Zagreb, but that was in the Ballina Cup, and you'd like to think a benchmark 100 at Randwick is going to trump a Ballina Cup any day.
Let's get trackside. Here's Mitch. Bye. And Andrew, as you mentioned,
in India, you can actually, I mean, I think it's everywhere, but here I had the opportunity of going to a few stud farms who are breeders here in India.
Go a long way in a race like this.
And
he is down a cog or two.
I've seen some of these stallions up close. I've seen them. Some of the best stallions here in India, I've seen them up close. They don't, I mean, if you look at them closely, they look scary. They look scary. They don't look like, I mean, you will know when it is a gelding and a mare. They're like nice, adorable. Stallions are not adorable. They're like alpha male. They're like, I am here.
Well-travelled Gallagher, former
UK
They're like alpha male. They're very, very difficult animals to handle.
Darwin. Now he's in the David Van Dyke stable. He's an 80 to 1 chance here. Troy Smith over a mile. Bear Story goes up now, and we're set to run. Ready. Flag blinks away. 1,600 meters.
Absolutely stretch. They are like that.
Aggressively ridden from the gates. They want the front.
They are like that. But when you look at them, you feel like, yes, that's how a horse should look like. When you look at them, they're like, I am here.
Last at the 1250 meters marker, edited by was caught a fraction wide, presses on, takes up the lead now. Victoria Road trails up in second. Turning away Zoology in third, and Mickey's Medal securing a good run in the race fourth. 1.5 away, Living Free, turning away Bear Story Redford, and 3.5 lengths to Fat Fingers last of all, about 10 off the leader. Edited by Rolled Them Along, mid-race of the A50 by 3 parts a length to Victoria Road in second. 2 back to Mickey's Medal third, who's saving all the ground on the inside of Zoology fourth. Another 2 away to Bear Story and Living Free racing together. 2 lengths away to Redford, safe for 1 shot at them, and 3 lengths away, Fat Fingers last of all. 500 metres left to run. Edited by narrowly from Victoria Road, moving up on the outside. Mickey's Medal third, Zoology Living Free presents out wider. Further back to Redford, Bear Story, and Fat Fingers is last. It's edited by trying to shake off the challenge of Victoria Road. Mickey's Medal next, and then Living Free running on, and further back to Bear Story. Living Free after edited by here at the 100 metres mark, and then followed Mickey's Medal. It's Living Free hitting a slender lead, and Living Free. Living Free's won it from a photo of the miners. Victoria Road, Mickey's Medal, edited by might just miss out and run 4. Bear Story, Redford didn't come on, Fat Fingers, and one of the last ones to clock in Zoology. Living Free, a double figure odds choice here with the blinkers back on. Upsets them in the fourth.
Yeah, a bit of an upset for sure, Marto. Living Free had a lovely run. The favourite had every possible Mickey's medal, so he'll be in the sin bin for a while after that, and sort of developed into a bit of a sprint home, and Living Free sort of coming off that 1,400 metre base was too strong, and those blinkers going back on obviously made the difference today. Not much between all of them, but I think we pegged it as a fairly weak form race, and I think that'll be what it proves down the track.
And it's probably
Who is getting tailed?
4 to race number 4 there from Eagle Farm. We're upon the 6th event from Caulfield, and this is the first of 2 Group 3s from Victoria today. This is the German Stakes for the 2-year-olds, and we're only 3 weeks out from the Blue Diamonds. Big Sky off that impressive Flemington win on debut. On top for you, Gator.
Yeah, he can be a good horse's race, the Chairman's, and Big Sky looked terrific on debut. It's a good test of the old eye versus clock, because he certainly didn't smash the clock, but he looked visually stunning. He did a lot wrong off a slow speed. He didn't really let down all that well and ran about and still brained him. Had Muriel behind him, was heavily backed to beat him, and she was on a great trial herself. So, yeah, it'll be interesting in this race to see what he does, basically. I think he was entitled to run home in stronger sectionals. But the way I
Well, there, I like the one, man. I like the one. I like.
Natural speed, asked for an effort, just kept on running. Invincible Sun, Unit 5 form looks good now. And Mirador with a weight swing on Big Sky, and added experience, might be able to get close. Numbers 1, 8, 2, and 5.
Big Sky the favourite, and
You're probably right, Gatekeeper. Things are.
This morning, 165 back to 155 late. Luggage.
Where is it? They're not even showing the one. Where is it?
Back out to 6 now at 550. Lady of 5 went up at 750. Late $8 into $7, and Invincible Sun number 2 is out to 9.
If this thing, if this thing goes upside down, then probably the chances are very slim of getting another favorite. It'll fall down to 2%, 20%, 10%, 20%.
$7 Gator gets the tongue tie first time, and down from Queensland comes the Handicapping filly.
Yeah, she's obviously
For sure.
smashed the clock in. None of these 2-year-olds She was good on that every week. Well, I went to Doomben, it's $1.65.
Did anyone see that horse? I haven't seen that horse. Where is it?
Mirador number 5 is 13 into 11, just back out to $12. Nipples 2 for Orchid Sky and for Captive Rock. So 3 horses have won this in the Blue Diamond. Extreme Choice, Road to Success, and Duke's Choice. The
1, 4, 2, 5.
3 for 2-year-olds over the 1,000 with that.
Orchard Sky.
I hope that happens, Aruman.
Goes up next door. And that is it. They're set.
PC did not take a chance on this.
1,000 metres, no speed, Invincible Sun. Big Sky jumped well with Larkatana.
Oh, baby.
Outside, but Big Sky is going to lead the race outright from Larkatana, and they're 2 or 3.
Look at that thing.
Invincible Sun making up ground the rails from Captive Rock, and then Lady of 5.
Come on.
Back to second last, and Mirador is at the end. So it's the favourite Big Sky. 600 metres to go, a length Larkatana.
Come on, baby.
The inside 3/4
You're the reason this race is here today. Come on.
As they run the corner, Big Sky, 400 metres to go.
Run, baby.
Sun poised behind those horses, and they were followed by Lady.
Yes, go.
Wide, but is still stoked up down the middle of the
Run and run and run and run and run and run and this is unstoppable.
It's just gliding along.
Why?
Big Sky makes a statement. Invincible Sun second.
That was brilliant.
Run from the bolter, Orchard Sky, with Lady of 5 next door, and then Mirador, and last
One.
Rock.
Well, Big Sky makes it 2 starts, 2 wins. Really impressive today, Gator. 6
What a horse, man! What a horse!
after that romp in the Germans.
No, probably won't. But then he's still got
1 to 8.
He still wanted to get it over and done with the first half, didn't he? And he's only a 1,000 metre race. The diamond of course is 1,200, so it's brought a few hundred.
What a horse! That's how
Visually stunning.
a stallion should be ridden. That's how it should be ridden.
But there's still room to move. Winsy is proved, so look, there's a lot of room to move. He's just got to get it all right quickly.
Big win to Big Sky, pays $1.50 across all of its 8s. It beats Invincible Sun, Larkatana, 1, 2, 8, 9 in for 4th. And we're 6 races down, 4 to come at Caulfield. Second of the Group 3s is up next. It's launch off the main quaddie, the Belmain Stakes from here.
Okay, so that was the first favorite that got home. That was the first favorite. Jesus Christ, man. So yeah, that happened. 1, 2. The 2 got in because of the jockey. 1, 2, 8. That was the fill. 1 to 8. That is 133, okay? This is a horse. Brilliant. Okay, so we are we are going to deal that puzzle now. Let's see which is the favorite. Race 7, 6 and 7 has been scratched. 7 is doing what here? This is no, race 7. This is 2 has been scratched only. Okay, we don't have 2. Four, 7, 3, 11. 4, 7, 3, 11, 4. Okay, so that doesn't play like that. So that 4 is the favorite. Now the 4 is okay, but it is on the third line. That's the first thing. Fourth line, I'm sorry. The 7 is good, but it's a 6-year-old mare. And then this one is no physics, plus it is like that. So that's not happening. The 5 is difficult with that. I think it is the race between these orange horses. So if you look at where now they are on the third, fourth line, they are in no line probably. So that's where it is. Where things are getting dicey is definitely the 8. Is the best jock. No, the best is here on 7. Okay. So what happens here in a all mare race is it's unpredictable. It is one of the horse with the right gait and the right jock with the low pressure will win. There's nothing to do with the performance or anything. That doesn't work. It generally is one of the low pressures. Generally, that's how it plays. So that's why the 8 is definitely a check. I'm not going to get into it. This is I mean I don't know if this has never worked. Okay, this has never worked. I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how things will work. So what they're saying, the odds are saying is this, that the 4 will win. Okay, the 4 has the physics, has a class above, but the highest class is here, which is that 7-year-old mare with a low pressure. So that's possible. The 8 definitely is possible. Even for that matter, that 9 is also possible. So I don't know this. This is one of the most lethal recipes of horse racing when it is all mare. So we'll take a look at this. What happened here is, that 8 went through. Now, that 8 actually won. Why? Because of the low pressure. All right. This was not the same sex, same age, but they were all same age. And a low pressure just went through. Okay. I had a feeling on the 3, but the 3 couldn't do anything even after looking so good on the 8. It was a higher class, but it could not do anything because, if that thing works, then low pressure will knock it out. And the 4 then came in. So you can't stop this thing. They were in trouble anyway. That was a benchmark 70. Now here we are dealing with an open race where this probably is, let me check if they're mentioned. It is a group 3 as well. Okay. So they are very strong horses. Each one of them are very strong horses. And if these guys are here, and if you look at the difference is not much, okay? This is not doing well. I mean, come on, this is a 7-year-old mare, okay? So this one is not doing well. This is going a little beyond its pay grade. The 4 is has the physics, probably is good, but that's not how it plays. Okay, that's not how it plays, because if that is a 5-year-old mare, this is also a 5-year-old mare. They approximately they have the same body weight, not approximately, actually the same. This is 108 and this is also 108. I am out. This thing will go wrong. There's no guarantee this one will win. Okay? And there's no guarantee this one will win. This one might get knocked out by a younger horse, which is not there, or a gate which is inner with a low pressure. This is 5, this is 6. That probably is not happening. Maybe, but this might just go upside down. This might just go upside down. That 8 is a check. But this is a very scary recipe. I don't know this. If you have a way of doing this, please help us. Race 7, number 4, gatekeeper. Very little bit on the bone, meaning profit. Nice to see favorites coming finally. Yes, that was the thing. Gate 4. Yeah, 4 is the favorite. We'll see how it works. I'm out. I'll come back from the. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. All right. Rate 7-4, I'm gonna try with 3-11 here, both 4-year-olds small. 3 and the 4. Yeah. This thing has gone wrong so many times. I mean, I have no faith. Alright, 7 pass. They're showing Rosal.
Her to finish off, and her late splits actually weren't over the, out of this world by any means. Just doesn't have a lot of speed, and in a slowly run race, you got to take 440 now when you're taking $21 in an easier race the other day. I just think it's a little bit overbet here. 3 just party with that change of tactics should roll forward and give a kick. And 8 Pippi Beach gets J-Max, sure, that's why it's staying solid in the market, but couldn't get near Cross Tasman on a wet track last time, and Pippi Beach is a lot better on wet ground than dry ground. So I think he's more versatile. Yes, Pippi Beach gets the weight swing and whatnot, but yeah, I'd be surprised if can turn the table. 7, 10, 3 and 8. Cross Tasman clearly on top for me.
And there it is on screen, getting a bit warm, but it is warm in Sydney today. 155 into 160, last 15 minutes with the bookies. Amplified 420 to 440. Pippi Beef 6 and solid. The only nibble to beat Cross Tasman late with the bookies is Just Party. In your mixed over for Tim Clark, shooting for 3 straight on this Rosehill card. $10 into $9. Of course, he's been ticking along really well just without winning this campaign.
Yeah, he's been a bit disappointing for mine. I just think he hasn't gone on with it. He's been found out to a degree, and he's been in several races where won them really, and he hasn't. So now he takes on better opposition. I think the change of tactics is the only thing that gives him a chance. But this Cross Tasman's the old tableau of the day this morning, and I hear them say, "Oh, we'll bet 180 late." Well, where are you boys? Come on. He said that, let's go. But no, they're staying at 160. But they're keen to take him on. 155 now, they said this morning. But they're feeling a bit more wary just at the business end here.
It's 155 out to 165, back into 155, Leighton best back. Just the golden slipper picture after the running of the Canterbury and the Widden today. The big firm is Hendricks, which was really good on debut, winning the Canterbury 51 into $8. So it's now the joint favourite with Warwaven. Yeah, Davo?
Yeah, they've been put up there anyway at the top of the market, and we see these markets switch all the time. Having a look at the times, Chili Girl did run a length quicker off a similar last 600, so maybe a little bit over the top with the Hendricks move there at $8. Considering Chili Girl went just a little bit better. So yeah, but those connections are always going to firm up big time.
51 into $15, by the way, for Chili Girl. 51 into 15, but Hendricks joins Warwoven, top of the market for the Golden Sliver. 7 weeks away. 6 Rosehill with Darren.
Yeah, the Just Party will go forward with the option to lead them. Clark looking for a treble. He's on Just Party. They're set to go. Ready? Racing, Flying Trapeze clearly won the start and ridden out to maintain the lead early. Cross Tasman being sent forward. The Just Party's out wide, gradually rolling forward as Cavalier Charles slices through. Then came Pippi Beach, and the second favourite Amplify will settle down at the tail of the field. Flying Trapeze couldn't cross Cavalier Charles. Favourite gets into a good spot. Cross Tasman, Pippi Beach the inside. Well, Clark was trying to go forward on Just Party. The horse didn't have the legs to achieve that. And Amplifiers last of all at only about 4 lengths off the lead. Cavalier Charles from Flying Trapeze. A couple of roughies up front from Pippi Beach on the inside across Tasman. And Amplifiers smothered up on the fence by Just Party. They start the run down the side. Inside the 750 metres. Cavalier Charles a half to Flying Trapeze. Length and a half Pippi Beach for the tail trail behind the leader. Neck back on the outside, Cross Tasman. Amplify 3 fence from Just Parties. They come around the turn. Cavalier Charles a length and a half Flying Trapeze wobbling under pressure. Pippi Beach comes off the fence. Cross Tasman to the outside. Amplify and restricted room. 300 to go. Cavalier Charles joined headed by Pippi Beach. A length and a half to Cross Tasman. 2 further back to Amplify. Pippi Beach 150 out. Cross Tasman starting to knuckle down. The favourites putting in a big dive now. Pippi Beach and Cross Tasman. Pippi Beach, Cross Tasman, they hit it. Pippi Beach. Pippi Beach flung on one and a short half head to the short price favourite Cross Tasman. And a good gap back in third position. Cavalier Charles will just party the outside and amplify through the middle. Flying Trapeze got very tired and finished last of all.
James McDonald gets the best out of...
We can't put Ascot. They're showing Eagle Farm.
It's happening, Joycey, late with the bookies, and your best earn to burn 215 to 225, back into 215 late there. And Sunray's best backed everywhere to beat it, 440 into $3.60. And this classy Hellbent filly resumes at 1,000 metres we've touched on. First time she's ever raced below 11:10.
Yeah, that's right. She's not a 1,000-metre horse. Last preparation she got out to or 2 preparations ago, she got out to the 1,500 where she won the Phoenix. She got home over top of her rivals there. She won the Bill Carter at 1,350 coming from well back off pace. She's been sharp at her 2 trials, I'll give her that, and she's definitely the class runner of the field. Her record, 7 starts, 5 wins, 2 seconds, but I just think at 1,000 metres, giving weight to the boy, I just struggle to see how she's going to do it today, but maybe earn to burn second up syndrome. It's always a possibility, I suppose, but he's only had the one run as a gelding and he couldn't have been more impressive.
It's already been a great money spinner for Connection. Sent them back $7,000 earned to burn. It's already clocked in at $167,000.
Wow, I didn't know that. $7,000 buy. What a bargain. He's a good type too, so I'm not sure how they got him so cheap. He's a son of Better Than Ready. Of course, the Better Than Ready's pretty much rule Queensland racing along with the Spirit of Booms, and yeah, he's a good type to boot. Obviously, the decision he looked pretty good. He tackled some stakes races, but that decision, I'm pretty sure, will pay off going forward.
Here's Mitch for the 5th.
Months ago, he's going to go off for $23 today, Blitzberg. Now, Earn to Burn about to come up. Shadwell Lane, Get Ready Lass, Cryptic Beauty and Steffi Electrica will be the last handful to get set. That move for Sunrays has just eased a fraction now with more money coming for Earn to Burn. The 215 now Earn to Burn, 370 Sunrays and $5 Get Ready Lass has been kept pretty safe on the third line of betting. She moves in now, Get Ready Lass. Now, Steffi Electrica goes up. Shadwell Lane and Cryptic Beauty will be the last 2 to get set. So here's Cryptic Beauty coming up. Stablemate to the favourite. Earn to Burn, light on. Set. Bit of movement. Right now, they're racing. And one of the first in the stride, Miss Force from Cryptic Beauty. Earn to Burn was about 4th away. So it's Miss Force the leader, Sweet Hesitation second. Then followed by Get Ready Lass, who's got into 3rd. In a trailing position, Earn to Burn 4th. Cryptic Beauty back to 5th, Steffi Electrica. Sunray settles down with 2 behind her there, Blitzberg. And Shadwell Lane's gone back to the tail. At halfway at the 500, Miss Force by half a length to Sweet Hesitation. In 3rd spot, Earn to Burn. Get Ready Lass just getting slapped up in 4. To the outside, Cryptic Beauty. Further back, Steffi Electrica. Sunrays will spot them 7 lengths now. At the 250, Sweet Hesitation after Miss Force. Earn to Burn starting to pick up. Get Ready Lass. And Sunrays the widest runner. 100 metres left to run. Earn to Burn in front from Get Ready Lass. It's Earn to Burn holding on here. Earn to Burn's too good. Earn to Burn beat Get Ready Lass and Cryptic Beauty 3rd. Shadwell Lane 4th. And then Sunrays clocked in 5, Blitzberg, Sweet Hesitation, Steffi Electrica and Miss Force.
Ryan Maloney and Earn to Burn, pay $1.90 on the U-tab, $2 Super Tab, tab 210 New South Wales beating Get Ready Lass and Cryptic Beauty. It's 3, 4, 10, 5 in for 4th, now 2 from 2 since the gelding operation.
Just from Caulfield, race number 7 is the Group 3 Belmain Stakes, and this is for the mares. The Basque Rose is your best value bet here, Gator. And Smart Kiwi Mare resuming off jump-out placings.
Yeah, look, she's smart. I think she's the best horse in the race, so it's generally a great place to start. It's just a matter of, can she reel them in? And 1,200 metres first up. She was excellent for this track and trip first up last time in steaming home, length and a half of Magic Time and Miss Rambini. And with respect to the opposition, they are Magic Time and Miss Rambini. So happy her away, loved the trial. She went through the line beautifully. Aviatrix going super. She ran well in a standish with 58 against the male. It's not easy to do. With weight against the boys, she's back to her own sex here. She's a big danger. Bossy Bonita's tried really well. She always does. She flies fresh. She's not brilliantly weighted, given her handicap rating. However, I think she can measure right up here. And Miss Aria and Samangu, they're both in the wider quaddy. Numbers 3, 4, 11, 6.
Aviatrix is out fixed odds favourite at 460 out from 420. A little deep. Number 7 is at 480. Pretty solid around that figure. Bossy Bonita's attracting chief interest to roll both for Lachlan Neindorf in your mixed gator. Number 11, $8.50 into $5. Talented mare resuming. She won first up on the lakeside at Sandown last campaign and beat 4 subsequent winners.
Yeah, it was only a benchmark 70, but she did it with 59 kilos. The win was good. And you didn't perform out of the race. She looked super in a race to jump out. She raced away about 3 lengths of trial in there. Look, I think she measures right up here.
And Road to Arataki, the topping for Dean Yendall is 18 this morning into $11 and attracting good interest. And she's won both of the jump outs at the Bull and Camperdown as she returns.
Arman 3.
So she won this a couple of years ago, didn't she? And then she won a Electricity Stakes since then. It's pretty much her only win since then. So, look, she can perform fresh. She's well up to this class-wise. Now as a rising 8-year-old, I've just got others ahead, but yeah, I wouldn't faint.
And you're on top of there. This goes $5 out to $7 with the tab to Mask Rose. Let's have a look at the bookies in the late action. Last 15 minutes sees Aviatrix 440, 480 back to 440. A little deep, 480 into 460. And Bossy Bonita best back to roll both everywhere. 6 into 5 to Mask Rose. 650 to 750 back into 7. And Road to Arataki is 12 into 10, just going back out to 11. Miss Aria 14, 16, just back into $15. Damask Rose is in the futurity market. Most of the autumn markets are in full swing now at TAB. Has a $26 chance. That race in 3 weeks, Gator.
Yeah, look, she's a good mare. I don't think she's treated at the moment. I think she's favourite for that. But I'm sure there's a Group 1 or Group 2 in Damask Rose this trip.
So the Belmain Stakes, Chief Bulletproof won it last year, beating Fancify, and Road to Arataki. Vagrant won it in 2024. Road to Arataki, let's go to touch on a previous winner, won it 2 years ago, beating Ballet Riche and Forbidden City. Probably won the previous 2 editions. The second of the Group 3s, launching off the main quaddy. Here's Matt.
Adam, man, this is why you're doing that. This is, this thing is the worst of its kind.
He's about to join them. Of course, trainer Michael Megan lead this race twice with Prussian Vixen. Only 2 horses.
This is the worst of its kind, bro. It is probably the most volatile race types.
2 races fresh and the field set. 1200 Group 3 Jeffrey Belmain. Mares are ready.
Tuna 10 show.
Eternal Flame from the centre jumped away well with Samangu and Bossy Bonita the outside. Also showing speed towards the rails is a little deep, heading towards the course proper. It's Bossy Bonita the outside of a little deep, and then Road to Arataki getting to 3rd. Further back, Aviatrix Samangu. Then here comes the start to Mask Rose, then Cigar Flick 3rd last. 2nd last, Eternal Flame, petered back towards the end with Miss Aria. They're tightly packed, 700 metres to go. Road to Arataki drove up to lead a little deep, and Bossy Bonita. Damask Rose a length and a half away 4th, and then came Aviatrix Samangu. 2 further back, here comes the star Miss Aria, and then came Cigar Flick, 2 lengths Eternal Flame. So it's Road to Arataki, the 2023 winner, led Bossy Bonita on the corner. Then came Damask Rose a little deep under a little bit of pressure now, followed by Samangu, Miss Aria, Aviatrix, and here comes the start of the outside. Road to Arataki, given her head at the 200 metres. She was given her cue, and she leads by 2 lengths to Masgrove, Bossy Bonita, then Miss Aria, but it's Road to Arataki. 100 metres to go. Is going to win it for the second time, 3 years apart. Road to Arataki.
1
length to Masgroves, then Bossy Bonita, Miss Aria from Samangu. Further back a little deep, Eternal Flame. Here comes the star, never came on, so Garflick Aviatrix at the end.
Right to Arataki, specs for its second win in the race. Gets it at $11.70 and $3.20, as Matt pointed out there.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? That's a 7-year-old mare. On a 1200 meter, it nailed everybody else. It's not possible to get this. It is not possible to get this. It's a low pressure. Gate number 2. That one is a 7-year-old mare. Jesus Christ. We're at race number 8. 3, 4, 5 and 6. 3, 4, 5 and 6. The odds are right. The odds are right. This is probably the next favorite coming home. The odds are right. It's a 1100 meter benchmark 84, gate number 1, dedicated jock. Linear 34, not a problem, higher than these two. This is a 7-year-old mare from gate number 9, not happening. This is a low pressure, so that'll fall, which is good. So 3-4 is the right odd. Unless this 7-year-old nails that 4. It is a higher class here. If that 7-year-old nails the 4, then it is upside down, but 3 is the right odd. Even the 4 has the right window and opportunity, provided the 2 doesn't nail the 4. So 3 is the right odd. 3 should win. This is the second favorite that will come home probably. What can go wrong? What can go wrong? So the jockey has already won a race with this horse, which means the horse is not a problem with the jock. It has actually won a race, so that's clear. There is no relationship issue here. The gate is 1, benchmark 84. There cannot be anything better than that. Linear and stands there, which is okay. If that 2 doesn't nail the 4, then it is 3 and 4. If the 2 nails the 4, then it is 3 and 2. Because it will fall, okay? 5 is a rise, so probably in the 3rd position. So between the first and the second linear, there is either this guy, which is a 4-year-old gelding, doing well, but there is this 7-year-old grandpa sitting here at gate number 3 to bite. So if that thing bites, that should not happen. It's a much younger horse. It is a 7-year-old, but the resume is a killer resume. So if that gets in between, then 4 is out of the window. But the thing is, 3 is the right odd. 3 should not be beaten. There's no negative marking here, which is good. And 3 and 4 are the right odd. Let's see how that works. I like the 3. Granny punched me right in the face. I told you, Adamant, why are you doing this? You know this is the most volatile of the race types. You cannot get this. It will be wrong every time. It will be wrong every time. You see what happened here is, so my thought was, I mean, for me, I thought that is the lowest. A 5-year-old mare will knock it down. Especially this one and this one are of the same body weight, approximately. So if this is under pressure, this is doing far better. Okay? So that was my thought. But the point is this, that it doesn't play like that. Because it is not only here, it is also here. Okay? So that's why I said that even that 7-year-old mare can knock it out. But do you have the courage to go with a 7-year-old mare on a 1200 meter? I don't. I don't have the courage. That's why I stayed out. I don't have the courage to support a 7-year-old mare on a 1200 meter open race. And it doesn't matter how good that looks on the class. It's just that I am not going to get into it. The 8 was a low pressure, but there is a huge difference. It is at least 6 times better than this horse. No, double, not 6. Double. But it's a 7-year-old mare. That's why I said, why are you doing this? This thing, you can't get it. Bottom line is this, that maybe after we have collected some valuable insight from, some of the top tracks in Victoria, like this one, and Flemington and Sandown and all those places, we have collected some pointers. Maybe, sometime this year, end of this year, we will have a clarity on how it works. Because this race has been designed for a reason, okay? This race has been designed for a reason. And the reason is to knock you out and punch you on the face. And that's exactly what happened. You can't get this. This is a recipe to stay away from. All mares, same sex, same age, stay out. This one should work. This is race number 8. What is race number 9? That is not winning. Definitely. This is again a benchmark 78. Still better. I think this one is also going to get knocked out. We might get the last one. There is a possibility. Might be. This one is difficult. We'll see when it happens. This is okay. This one probably is the second favorite, and I think You should be happy with it, whatever they are providing. I think that's what it is. Granny. You can't get a all mare. You can't get a all mare, and you cannot get a colt and rig race. If you have colts and rigs in the same race, do not even get near to that race. Climb the nearest tree and sit there. You can't get a colt and rig. You can't get a all mare. These are the two worst types. And there's no logic. There's no logic. Absolutely no logic.
The day there at 14. So look, heavily backed. Got the right man aboard, J-Mac, who gave Pippi Beach a peach in the last race and just maps to get all the right favours here, and just missed the boat there first up on the Gold Coast, but looks ready to strike here. 60's been a big drifter. First up, 1200 was always a little query whether it might need a bit further, and the market's suggesting that. 3 Eye of the Fire next best, but with Iron Man on a sort of 1x4 basis. But look, the Tap Time horse is obviously your favourite, been heavily backed. It does look very hard to beat.
This is the start of the quaddie. If you want a quick go, scan that QR code on screen. All of Davo's selections jump straight into the bed slip, and a bonus, if he gets it, 25% boost in bonus bets. Rosalind starts off the map here. It's in at 175 off $2.20. It is the clear-cut best backed on the tab fix, and one of the best back runners all day, I reckon. 60's the other hand, gets out to 420 off $2.90. Eye of the Fire number 3 is at 650 in from 9, and is being best backed to beat Rosalind Star. But Rosalind Star very, very popular with tab. Late with the bookies, they stuck up 225, snapped up into $1.75. Eye of the Fire is $7.50 into $6 for Davidson fans. 11 out to 14, back into $13 late for Iron Man. Little nibble for Glint of Silver, 15 to 21, back into 18. But Rosalind Star's off the map here and boasting a very consistent record. He gets that man James McDonald for the first ever time, Davo.
Yeah, we just know how dominant he is over his rivals in Sydney, Mardo. He's just a different level. It's as simple as that. And look, he's been heavily backed, and he just 1200 fresh was always going to be a little challenge, but 1200 second up, much more to his liking, matched beautifully. He's going to get every chance, and does look the most likely winner for sure. You can take the $1.80 there, or pick something sort of 280 to place Iron Man. I think he's going to run on strongly. Might not be able to beat Rosalind Star, but 1x4 for me.
Here's Darren for the 7th.
Star just backed away there as they're working on Junquera. The blindfolded horse, the Junquera moves in. Now Rosalind Star gave a game chase at the Gold Coast to Hawker Hall last time out. In a Class 6 race there that day. Rosalind Star career is really just kicking off with 2 wins under the belt. So it's done well at runner-up in a Class 6. And Simeon is the last to move in now. Visor on the first time. Now, Eye of the Fire's been well backed. Third favourite, Rosalind Star, odds on. Here we go. Stand by. The quaddie about to kick off at Rosehill. Racing now. Glitter Silver wasn't great out off the inside. Rosalind Star jumped well, and now Mogo Magic's going to whip underneath. Glitter Silver's trying to get underneath the pair of them, and Simeon's going forward out wide. Eye of the Fire's pretty handy, clear from Gravina. 60's taken back. Iron Man deeper out going past it. and Jun Queer is the last one. Mogo Magic leads the way. Simeon strides for a clear second. Glitter Silver showing a bit of muster going to third, and Rosalind Star fourth on the outside. Eye of the Fire's going to stalk the hot favourite. One off the fence around Gravina. Iron Man not having much luck, caught 3 wide towards the rear. 60s awkwardly placed. Jun Queer smothered up on the fence. Mogo Magic a link to Simeon as they come around the turn. Then Glitter Silver. Rosalind Star McDonald presenting the short price favourite, and 2 for the back to Eye of the Fire. Inside the 350, Mogo Magic 2 in front. Rosalind Star's in hot pursuit on the outside, and quickly Rosalind Star moved up to Mogo Magic. 2 lengths away to 60s is coming with a big run on the outside. A very big run. 60s written stone.
Look at the size of that horse. That's a daddy horse. That's pure body weight. Physics.
The double for Zach Lloyd, and 60s looks to be back a treat. Just
Look at that horse. That horse is like a daddy. Look at the size and look at that size.
Eye of the Fire throttle down late. That's soft on the line for 60s. Taking on older horses as a 3-year-old. $26 for the Randwick and Rosehill Guineas. $51 for the Australian Guineas. Looks in for a good prep, does 60s, Novo.
Looks in for a super prep, Marta. You don't see the market getting that wrong very often. He was a huge drifter, and the go was for Rosalind Star, but gee, after running the race by a mile with 60s, he was out.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this one looks good. Should work. I mean, they'll give you at least. I mean, Caulfield generally gives about less than 40%. So, I mean, at 30% is a fair ask. This one should work. 30% is a fair ask. This one should work. They're showing Ascot. I can't put Ascot on. What might go wrong? The horse might not run. That's what might go wrong. Showing Eagle Farm. That's what she.
Airbound for Paul Joyce, I should say. And Rezone is flying for the new yard, the ex-Victorian.
Absolutely, Marto, yeah. So I suppose, look, I can't be too upset getting called Gady. You can be called worse things. You didn't call me Davo, I suppose. But look, let's go with Rezone first of all, Marto. Look, the horse has found terrific form since coming up from Victoria for the Curries. Has had 2 trouble-free runs and has been gradually sneaking up in grade. But what I like today is we're a kilo down on what Rezone carried last start to win the benchmark 70 in town. So the claim for Jai Williams, the perfect draw, it should work out, and Jai's obviously riding particularly well, as we've spoken about a few times already today. So no surprise the market's gone with Rezone. Look, number 5, Headhunter, that was a good win last start at Durban as well. No reason he can't do that again today from Barrier 1, should get all the favours. Number 4, A Clear Awesome, lightly raced in the Quinella 6 of 9. I think she's one we've certainly got to entertain. That Diamond Epic form looks strong. And moving to the 8, so David Van Dyke also using a claim here just to try and reverse the result on Rezone for when they last clashed. They'll good race this one. I think it's on top clearly from 5, 4
And Joycey, Rezone is the market mover, $3 into $2.30, and it's been very well supported on the tab fix from this morning to now. Late with the bookies, they went up $2.60, taken into $2.30. A nibble for detrimental number 3, $11 into $10. La Rosetta, 12, 14 back to 13. Jerome Alpalage for once after a roughie. Kyle Wilson Taylor's mount is number 16, and it's $19 into $15, just behind the placings at Durban last time out, Joycey.
Yeah, so it carries that Headhunter form. I mean, there's a couple of form lines sort of coming together in this race, and Headhunter is one of them. Jerome Alpalage was only one and a bit lengths away, and you get Kyle Wilson Taylor jumping on. A wide draw would scare a few. She's never done much on good tracks, so there's a few negatives there, but you don't mind taking a couple of negatives when you're jumping on at $26 odd, and she's trimmed up to 16, as you mentioned.
And ZU for Damien Thorns at number 15 at longer odds, still $31.21 back to $26. But you're with Rezone. Unplaced both its Victorian runs at 1,600 metres, but shapes like 1,600 this time for the new yard. It's an ex-price Kent galloper. Looks suitable this time.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he's won out to 2,000 metres.
Did she?
He's got 2,400.
You're probably right.
Down in Melbourne as well, but yeah, he's won out to the 2,000. So coming off 2 1,400 metre dominant performances, throwing a soft draw stretch to a mile, I can't see that being a problem. Obviously, the creeping up in weights was going to be the problem, so the Curry stable have negated that by claiming 3. So as I said, he gets in a kilo lighter for winning pretty much the same race, albeit at the midweek's last start.
So your second pick is Headhunter. Building a really good record of 3 wins, 3 seconds through 9 career starts. Yeah, similar to the 4, the 5 and the 4. They've both lightly raced with 9 starts, and Headhunter's been to Quinella 6 times, as has a Claire Awesome. So I think they're genuine rivals here. And Rezone really at 225. I didn't think we'd have to take that short, Marto. As you said, we were getting much better than that yesterday and all morning. So it's been a real big crunch. But he has been heavily back at both his starts for the Curry Yard, and he hasn't let punters down yet. So maybe they're just sticking solid, as I am with him. But yeah, 225. I didn't think we'd have to take that at the start of the day.
Here's Mitch for the 6th.
There are like 20 horses in this race.
All right,
probably.
Andrews is starting to come forward now. So Rezone is clearly the best push, 225 now. As he shoots for 3 straight. Always showed some promise when he was with Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr., but Mark Curry's kept him to this 1400 distance for 2 runs so far, this prep for 2 dominant wins at the Sunshine Coast. He goes to the mile, 3rd up today. And they've used the services of Jai Williams to get 3 off his back going up to Saturday Grey.
You did good.
He's clearly been the best push. There's been a couple
Yeah,
of
stretch is good.
rods, but this gets shorter each time you look at the ball
Stretch
zone.
is seasoned.
So it's into 215 now. Now Century Storm about to come up. La Rosetta will come up.
Stretch has a style which is very. I'm very familiar with that style. I had a very nice friend at one point of time who used to play like Stretch.
Couple of dominant victories, particularly last start of the Sunshine Coast. Now, Jamoma El Pelage, who's one of these double-figure odds that's been spec to low.
After Trump came into office, he kind of vanished.
Bengal Boy. Zheng Yu will wear the all-black of the club. So 4 out now.
I haven't heard from him after Trump was elected president.
Taking the ride, reading the
He was a very dear
He'll,
friend.
Move to the Chrisley's Gold Coast base now, after being based at the Newcastle stable. Now, Artful Girl stages of the loading process. The Barber of Seville and Jamoma El Pelage, the last 2 to get set. A mile ahead of them. Rezone the favourite. White and gold colours. Lights on. Set. Ready and away now. And a little slow to move was Maple Door and Bengal Boy. The Barber of Seville was one of the first out, with Detrimental going forward, who quickly takes the lead. Zheng Yu in 3rd, a Clear Awesome, sliding a cross into 4th on the outside of Rezone. There's the favourite 5th on settling down. Next is Luton Who and Headhunter. La Rosetta racing together. Jamoma El Pelage is wide on the outside of Bengal Boy. Maple Door, 2 lengths away Century Storm, and Artful Girl has gone back to the tail. Approaching the first turn, 1,000 metres left to run. Detrimental in front. Luton Who works up into 2nd spot. 2 lengths away in 3rd, Zheng Yu, the inside of the Barber of Seville. Another 2 back to Rezone. 50 inside of a Clear Awesome. 2.5 away, Headhunter and La Rosetta. Further back to Bengal Boy. Jamoma El Pelage has been on a wide trip. Maple Door 3rd to last. Artful Girl and Century Storm's been shuffled back to last now. 600 metres left to run. Detrimental leads a neck. Luton Who parks 2nd the outside. Zheng Yu 3rd. The Barber of Seville getting felt for in 4th. Rezone still behind those 5th. A Clear Awesome hooks wider. Further back to La Rosetta, Jamoma El Pelage and Headhunter. Detrimental, Luton Who out after it. 300 metres left to run, and look at Rezone. Get that split in between runners now. At the furlong pole, Rezone moved up to Luton Who and Detrimental. Then followed Zheng Yu. It's Rezone striking a narrow lead, 50 to go. Luton Who tried to have another pop. Rezone wins again, beat Luton Who, and 3rd Detrimental. Canberra 4th, a Clear Awesome, Zheng Yu, a Headhunter. Further back to Maple Door, La Rosetta. Bengal Boy passed a few late. Artful Girl, the Barber of Seville. Century Storm and Jamoma El Pelage.
Double for Jai Williams. Rezone had to dig deep there to repel Luton Who, but does, and remains undefeated for Mark Curry, 3 from 3. The ex-Victorian there, Joycey. Yes, Marto, the two apprentices, Jai Williams and Jasper Franklin, getting stuck into it late there. Good to watch. And obviously, if you're on rezone, it was a lovely ride by Jai. He found the fence. You've got to get off the fence, though, in the straight. We've worked that out today. And he found a way and he got the gap. And then it was a two-horse battle. But Luton, who? There's the win coming because he chased home rezone last start. She chased him home again today. And she's got to get a couple of kilos off for next start, you would think. So they're the two to follow out of the race. And Detrimental was brave on speed. But yeah, Jai Williams, he's doing everything good for us at the moment, Marto. Rezone home at $1.90 UTAB, $2 New South Wales and Super Tab. Winning race number 6 of 10 from Eagle Farms to the main quaddie. Starts with the next. Our next comes from Caulfield, and we're hard up on race number 8 on the program, which is over the 1100 metres at benchmark 84 Gator, featuring your best bet of the day, Gallant Sun. Terrific winning first up at Flemington with the big weight.
Yeah, I thought the win had a lot of merit, Marto. You mentioned the weight, 61, not easy to do. First up the straight, it was pretty much a day dominated by swoopers up the straight, given the wind. But he faced the breeze and fought them off. Now, the format of the race is shaping really well, even as early as recently as today. Race 2 that Quinella in that race came out of his race last time. So, look, he's on top. Ruta Royale is a danger, though. He rated very similar to Gallant Sun on that day. He stayed on the inside section, which was confusing. He beat his side by about 5 or 6 lengths, but he was bloused out wider where all the winners were on the day. So I think he's definitely a danger to us. And Gracie's Rain can give you a sight. It's been a great day to be a leader. Yawn. Behaviour, Celsius Star next. 3, 4, 5, 9.
Let's have a look at what's happening on the tab fix, where the favourite is Gallant Sun, went up at $3. Late $2.60, back out to $2.90. Ruta Royale is $4.80 into $4, and the best back late to beat it. Behaviour off a drift, $6.50 out to $11, firms back into $8.50, and Luna Cat is $11 into $9.50, and best back to those remaining. We're at just over 80 seconds, about 75 seconds, in fact, away from the 8th. Over to the bookies, Gallant Sun, $2.70 out to $3, back to $2.90. Ruta Royale, $4.20 back to $4. Gracie's Rain is 8.7 back to 7.50. Behaviour number 9 is firming Gator. 9 Gator. 9.50 out to 11. Back into $8.50. Loom last start wasn't beaten far. 3 weeks off and back to 1100 today for Behaviour.
Yeah, look, she was sound, wasn't she? You'd have to say Ruta Royale was the better run, but perhaps she too wasn't quite wide enough. They meet on similar weight terms. I think back to 1100 as you referenced, no negative.
And Sweethearted's been spec, $9 into $8.50. Did strike some traffic last time out, a midfield 6th at Flemington.
Yeah, look, he's genuine, no doubt. And he did race tight at the key stage latest. Won quite well priced.
Yeah, that has upsides, that has downsides also.
26 back into 21, but keen on Gallant Sun as the sole last start winner in the race, Gator.
Yeah, he should get a good run here, just within a couple of lengths of the speed. We should be pretty strong on paper at least, so should get his chance.
8th Caulfield with Matt.
Last time out, 4th run this preparation mode.
This probably is, Araman, you're right. This probably is.
Gracie's Rain Stocky just waiting in the structure as Luna Cat comes forward. Decent statistics late last time. Now Gracie's Rain goes up riderless, and that should just about be it for the running of the Remembering Noel Cooper. The field is set, 1100s. Sam Brenda standing very quietly. Sweethearted standing well. They're ready and they're racing. Kappa 39 jumped well. Gallant Sun away fairly on the inside, but starts to show its usual speed, with also Celsius Star driving up to lead outright. Celsius Star outside of Gallant.
That's a 7-year-old.
South of India 3 wide. Gracie's Rain about a length and a quarter off those. They were followed by Kappa 39, Ruta Royale, Sweethearted, Semgrinda, 2 lengths Luna Cat, and last is Behaviour. South of India is going to burn them off here. 600 metres to go by a length to Gallant Sun, who still had the advantage of the rails. Celsius Star is third, a length and a quarter, Gracie's Rain. Then Kappa 39, Sweethearted, Ruta Royale off the course, Semgrinda in the yellow jacket, Luna Cat second last.
Okay, now run, baby.
And last of all around the turn is Behaviour. South of India
Run.
Gallant Sun, 300 metres to go.
That's where you gotta do that thing, running, baby. Running is important in a race. If you don't run, then you are upside down. Run, baby! 3-5. 3-5-6. 3-5-6.
Finishing well back south of India. And then at the end, second last, Celsius Star and Zemgrinda last.
Gallant Sun goes
3-5-6.
and pays $3.20 and $1.60. Best bet home in the eighth.
Yeah, couldn't run second. Maybe something's wrong, but no, look, in all seriousness, he's done a good job, hasn't he? Keep up inside the leader. It's never easy to do.
3, 5, 6, and 9.
The horse tends to be working.
So 3, then came 5, then came 6. So all power because 1100 meter. 3, 5, 6, and 9. Two was raved badly, which was not the requirement today, but 2 got raved and nothing else happened. 3 knocked out. It's very difficult to beat 3. We'll go to the next. So that was the second favorite that actually went home. Four and 6 has been scratched. We don't have 4 or 6. 7, 8, 10, 13. Okay, so the 7 is the favorite, but the problem is we have a data loss on 7, and I don't know whether the 7 has the physics or not. So most probably it doesn't. The jockey has never raced here. This is going to be the first time the jockey is going to be racing here on 7. Is 7 a good horse? It is an okay horse. The form line is not good. That's the problem. So what might happen and what might not happen? So, I've got physics on 13, okay? But 13 is a challenger. This is a benchmark 78 and 13 is a challenger. This one, the 7 is definitely in trouble. The 7 is definitely in trouble. The 8 is on the 4th line, 5-year-old gelding, has the best jock. That's one side of the story. The 13 is dicey. It has the physics, has a lot of leverage with a dedicated jock. So that's one way of looking at it, but the other way is this, that it is the challenger. There's a lot of leverage on this horse, which means that the 13 is very good. Where it lacks, it has the physics, it has the jock. Where it lacks is here. Okay. 7 definitely is in trouble. 8 is on the 3rd line. Has more advantage than the 7. So 8 is good. I mean, if they are of the same class, then 8 has advantage. Okay. If this and this are of the same class, the 8 and the 7 are of the same class, then 8 is heavier, 8 has advantage, 8 has jockey. All that is true. Where the problem is this, that the form line is on the 4th line. So my assumption is this, that this is going to go wrong. This is going to go wrong. Why? Because it's a 1800 meter. Generally, for 1800 meter, it is the linears. I mean, up till 2000 meter, it is the linears. If the linears cannot win, the next in line is the drifts, which is 3 and 11. Now, 3 definitely has an upper hand because it is going to come from gate number 1. Is an advantage model. And it is not up here, so that makes it safe. So that 3 is a check. But this thing is difficult because of too many contradictions in this race. So 7 probably is in trouble. 7 is not happening. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know whether it has physics here. I'm getting a data loss, but what I know is the jockey has never raced here. So that probably is a bad idea. 8 is better. I mean, they are of the same class, and if the 7 is on pressure, this is on advantage, then 8 has an upper hand. but 8 is going to run like that. It is on the 4th line. The top line is here, which is an advantage, but that's a 7-year-old. Then it is hazy. There are quite a few things that might happen, and quite a few things that might fall flat on its face. I mean, if it plays class, then this one is not in a position to deliver, which is the number 1 coming from gate number 9, which is the second linear. This definitely doesn't have the physics. So this is probably not happening. Then it is this one, the 2. Okay, the 2 has a jock. The pressure line is also okay, but the form line is very bad. Then it is 3, which doesn't have a jock. I mean, you don't need a jock on this horse because this is a advantage model, but it has some, I mean, it's not impressive here. The ones that are impressive is definitely the 13 is an impressive one, but it is a challenger. The leverage is definitely high. It's a benchmark 78, can fall flat on its face. But I mean, with the given situation, I think that's the one which has the maximum advantage as well. Gate number 3, a jock. Okay, here this will drop because it's a challenger. So all that is okay, but you know, this thing can go wrong. And probably will go wrong. I mean, 7 definitely is in trouble. 7 is very difficult to happen. If that happens, I don't know. I mean, here I don't have the data, so I don't know whether it has the physics. Apparently, it doesn't. So that's tricky. The 13 is good, but a challenger. The question is raised by these 2 horses, 3 and 2, out of which 3 is seriously questionable. I mean, 3 is on my face actually, but I don't have confidence here. I don't know whether it will work. Dicey. I mean, the 8 is good, has advantage, okay, but might get knocked out by the class. Might get knocked out by the class. Very possible that it'll get knocked out by the class, especially if we are looking at the pressure line. If we look at the pressure line, so 7 doesn't have, 1 definitely doesn't have physics. 13 has, but it is a challenger. Then we have the 2, which is here, which is not doing well. Then it drops here. It is like getting to the advantage side. Then it is this, which is with class. And this one is a 7-year-old. Not happening. With that class, this is 10, 1, 5, 8. And this is here, 1, 8. And this is a high. This will become a low. That's a class. Then it goes. Then it goes here, 9, 6, which is the highest class. So yeah, the 3 is a check from all angle, but no hope. That 3 is a check from all angle, but no hope. It is not a clear go from any angle. It is not a clear go from any angle. What I think might happen is this, that if we look at the production line, if we look at the pressure line, then 7 definitely is in trouble. 1 cannot win, but that's the highest class. Okay, 1 cannot win, but that's the highest class. Why it cannot win? It definitely doesn't have the physics. Without physics, winning is difficult. 13 is in trouble. Why? Because it's a challenger. 2 is in trouble because it is not doing well. 3, there is a hope that it is getting into the advantage model. If they are the same, then this is where it has the advantage. Okay, but after 3, then what happens? Then this one is again the same pressure line, not doing well, becomes a challenger here. Then it falls here. Okay, if that's a pressure, if that's a high, then this becomes a low, which is a gate number 8. This is a higher class than this one. So what I think, I mean, this is, I always try to connect the gate numbers, okay, to see where it is fitting. So if that's the high, then this is the low, the 5. And if this is the low, then there is going to be a rise. If it falls below, then it is absolutely a disastrous race. If it drops below 5, like if it goes to 8, which is this one, then it is a completely outrageous one. But let's say if it falls on 5, which is the high, and where it might fail is this, that this is a 5-year-old gilding, this is also a 5-year-old gilding, this has more advantage but no class, comes from gate number 6, this one is from gate number 8. So if that's high, this is low, and then if it actually falls into class, it will come here, which is gate number 9 here. This thing cannot win, but can it get a place? Yes, even this one can get a place. So I think the pressure line is definitely in trouble. The 3 is a check, but it's not a clear go. Things can go wrong. And probably things will go wrong. Stretch 12 and 13. Arman 8, 12, 9, and 13. 13 is strong. 13 is strong. 5-year-old mare, dedicate jog, all that is good, but the class is an issue. This is a trap, I think. This race is a trap. It doesn't make sense. I mean, a benchmark 78. Why are they doing so many 1800 meters? This one is a trap. Eight and 12 for queen. 8 and 12.
wasn't favourite originally. She's vying for favouritism now, and I think she may start favourite.
Let's have a look at what's happening in the last 15 minutes with the bookies. Crash the Party is 310 into 290. Just going back out to 310. War King is just behind it now for Ryan Maloney, Kieran Maher. It's 340, 350 into 310. Back to $3.20. Freshened off a last start second of this track and trip where it covered ground and battled on well.
Yeah, he stuck on really well. That was on the back of his mate went down there on the Gold Coast where he beat Paper Doll, who was the ultimate bridesmaid. If you know your form in South East Queensland, I think she's been runner-up at 8 of 10 starts, Paper Doll. So it's not the strongest form, and then that Class 1 Eagle far behind line. Of course, it was a tough run wide, but again, you wouldn't think it's as strong a form as the Magic Millions Guineas. In fact, it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be as strong as the 3-year-old Benchmark 70 that Crash the Party came through behind Special Artists. So I can see why he's vying for favouritism, but on form, I'm confident Crash the Party can beat him.
Third pick with the bagman is North Pole, 340 and to $4. Freshened off that strong win at Bow Desert last time out. Now for 1600 first time.
Yes, so he was the one I was toying with putting on top originally, and at the $4 now, he's probably the way you want to go if you are going to try and pick. I don't mind or upset. The Bow Desert win was strong. That was 1400. The format of the race hasn't been frank. Enforceable was okay during the week. And I do have some little risk at him running at a really strong mile, but he looked fantastic parading from what I could see on the screens. And yeah, I expect him to run a big race from a good draw.
For those after a roughie, Cola Kid, number 6 for Emily Lang, 16, 17 into $13 has been spec'd. Good strong maiden winner last time out. They're already having fun at start, or 4 starts into the career with a 3-year-old by Spoof who set them back just $3,000.
Yeah, there's another bargain buy. I have him as the roughie of the race. I put him in for 4th pick. Coming off that win at Eagle Farm last start where he drew the outside gate and had to do a fair bit of work in the run to win it. And the horse he beat, a stern effort, came out during the week and was only bloused right on the line by a handy one on the up called You Sexy Thing. So I think that form around Cola Kid, even though it's midweek form, is probably the stronger midweek form line than a few of the others.
Couple of nibbles at really big odds. The Bear 26.31 back to 26 is the topping. Verona Affair is 41 into 31. It's horse 11 and Go Maro number Ace for Talia Fenlon is 91 into $61. But you're siding here with a 3-year-old filly Crash the Party. Still a maiden, but won't be for long. Was on a 7-day backup last time out. 2 weeks between runs this time.
Yeah, mate, she's done a lot of racing, hasn't she, when you put it like that, Marto? 10th of January, 17th of January, we're still in the last day of January today. So she's been set a task. I suppose she's going to the gates, you know, she's got her head up, she's a bit jig-joggy, and Daniel Moore knows her well, so I hope this isn't anything unusual for her. She did miss the start in the Magic Millions maiden, and then she wanted to over-race and do a few things wrong, so she may be her own worst enemy, and as you said, you'd expect her to win that maiden soon, and this isn't even a maiden. She's going straight for a handicap, 3-year-old handicap. But yeah, if she puts it together, the form lines say she's just too good for them.
So trackside to Mitch.
And agree with Joyce's comments there. It's just where she is at pivotal moments of the race. You feel like you know where you're going to be. You're going to be close to last. She just doesn't really jump, but how far back is she at the 600 metre mark? Her run, the 3-year-old Guineas was outstanding for a race like this, but she is a maiden. And in the maiden race, she sort of got it all wrong and got in the back half of the field and never really got warm, so she does need things to go her way. North Pole and War King, you pretty much know what you're going to get with those two. Have come through some restricted racing of late, and North Pole was good screwed up Bow Desert. War King was a good winner at the Gold Coast in maiden grade in December before running second behind Lynham last time around. He's got that experience of having a mile run under his belt. Here's the pool boy coming up. Start winner at Bellina. Now, Madam Cody and North Pole about to load together. My Charm just going to go off at a big price here for a horse looking for 3 straight. Carl Wilson, Taylor and Chris Waller combined with Noble Conqueror earlier today. Now the favourite moves up Crash the Party with My Charm. So down to the final handful to get set here, including War King, Valerie, Paradise as usual, and the Bear. Sky Racing 3-year-old over the mile. Now Valerie coming up. War King's about to find a middle draw, and the Bear will find the outside gate. So just about set to run. Through 90, War King's going to go off favourite here. Displacing Crash the Party late in the piece. Light on. Set to run. Oh, a bit of movement. Verona Affairs riders out the back. Chelsea Baker. So Chelsea Baker's out the back here. And this horse has got out the back and looks like it might have lost its bridle, and it's off, it's loose. Verona Affairs got loose here, and just looking through the binoculars, I think the bridle might have come loose here, which will make things difficult to catch this filly. They almost corralled her at the back of the mile chute, but she's got clear of those attendants. She was a $34 chance for Verona Affair. And now they'll need to capture her. Chelsea Baker appears okay. She was flung out the back and the horse got loose in the opposite direction. Here's news coming through. Broadcast. Yep. 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 You got a scratching time, Joss?
All right, sounds like there's going to be the late scratching there of Verona Affair, number 11. Pretty sure that was the news. Well, it's the obvious news, obviously, for Mitch there, so I'd say 11's a late scratching. That race is running really late. It goes to Sky Racing 2. It's also live on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Here on Sky Racing 1, 6 at the Sapphire Coast, already behind time. Alabama Hussey is the favourite at $3.30. In from...
And 13. This one doesn't. This one looks a bit like Gatekeeper said in the previous one. This one looks a little dicey, sketchy. For me, it's a pass. There are quite a few possibilities that might happen, may not happen. Things are. Gatekeeper says, I like this race. Let's see how it works.
First up off a long break, some 75 weeks, and was able to sustain a bit of a run, albeit with cover, and finish too well. So, look, there's always a little query second up off such a long break. But the win was good. Pure Alpha looks about ready. Certainly given no hope first up. Kept closing latest. Winner there, smart. Wasn't far off the runner-up. That form's frank to some extent today. Braden King's going well for a $14 chip. Simply on speed. I thought he was a wet tracker, but his last 2 wins on drive have refuted that. And both C4 and Extreme Virtue can improve off semi-forgive runs latest. I'm 7-8-2-12.
Japanese at big odds has just taken out the 7th to Eagle Farm, by the way, paying upwards of $71.10 for the win. Late with the bookies here at Caulfield. Midnight Storm is 360 to 380, and Pure Alpha Leapfrogs at 370 and the 4 into 370. Georgie Get Mad is $8 into $7, and Shiny New Deal is $11 into $9. Source number 5, Little Nibble for Seafall, 10, 11 back to $10. Good support here for Pure Alpha everywhere, Gator.
Yeah, he does look ready to win. He's drawn well to be within striking distance, and he probably got just a couple of lengths too far back second up, so Stable know how to strike third up.
Let's get trackside for the 9th with Matt.
So number 3, New York Hurricane, got its leg up in the stalls and is currently undergoing a vet's examination. So we'll stand by for more news on that. In the meantime, Robert Wirity comes forward on Midnight Storm. And New York Hurricane is going back into the gate, so pass fit to start. An Unseen Ruler is going to be the final one. So Unseen Ruler taking one more turn. Jockey getting set on New York Hurricane in barrier number 1. Extreme Virtue standing well next door to C4. As Unseen Ruler goes to the outside alley. And the jock of New York Hurricane just not quite in the saddle. And now it looks as though the horse has got its leg up again. So they're going to back this horse out for the second time, and for the second time it's being vetted. So Celine Gaudray just couldn't quite get into the saddle. The attendant trots New York Hurricane around in front of starter Tony Richards and the vet. And judging by the body language of starter Tony Richards, this is going to be withdrawn New York Hurricane. So we'll stand by for more news. In fact, Scales on the line now. Mr. Simon Petch, yes.
3 is scratched.
5:06 Vets Advice. Simon, thank you. Late scratching number 3, New York Hurricane at 5:06. So the track will just have to be cleared here. No issue with jockey Celine Gaudray. She's quite okay. And the horse vetted twice, and it is a late withdrawal. So the field is locked away. Just wondering if they're going to try and clear the track here, or if they're going to let them go. Starter gives them the thumbs up. They're ready. Set at the 1800 metres and away. Pure Alpha, midfield away. Extreme Virtue jumped well with Brung King and Georgie Get Mad out past the middle. Shiny New Deal is also forcing up from a wide alley. And Midnight Storm isn't too far away. Pure Alpha next, and then Seafall. 2 lengths Flame and Romans. Followed by along the inside Privileged Sun as they climb the hill at the 1300. Unseen Ruler is last. Brung King, Shiny New Deal. They're the leaders with Georgie Get Mad, who goes up to 3rd. Extreme Virtue 4th the rails. Midnight Storm is next, but it's 3 wide, and Pure Alpha, its Main Danger in betting, is happy to keep it there. Seafall next on the fence, and they're 2 lengths Privileged.
What is he doing with that horse?
Shiny New Deal shot off into the lead at the 1,000 metres, setting a good tempo by 3 or 4 Brung King. Georgie Get Mad is next, and then came Extreme Virtue, who's over racing 4th on the inside at the 900 metres. Midnight Storm is 5th out, 3 wide, 3/4 of a length. Pure Alpha, a length C4. Flame and Romans, Privileged Sun and Unseen Ruler is last at the 800 metres. So the leader, Shiny New Deal, comes back to them slightly, 2.5 to Brung King. Extreme Virtue 3rd, the inside from Georgie Get Mad. Midnight Storm always deep. deep. They were followed by Pure Alpha, who's 5 off the lead, about to get motivated from C4. Then Unseen Ruler, Flame and Romans losing ground, and Privileged Sun as they come to the corner. Shiny New Deal has come back to them, 400 metres to go. From Extreme Virtue, Brunky made a line of 3 and Midnight Storm made a line of 4 around the corner and went for home at the top of the straight. 250 metres to go. It's Midnight Storm and Extreme Virtue going together. They pair off 2 or 3 lengths in front of Seafall and then Unseen Ruler. So it's a good battle at the 100 metres. Extreme Virtue and Midnight Storm. Midnight Storm gets its bib in front of Extreme Virtue. Midnight Storm tough, 3 wide the trip and 1. Midnight Storm has won it from Extreme Virtue, Seafall, then Unseen Ruler, Pure Alpha. Next Privileged Sun, followed by in the back.
7, 13, 12.
Matt Shiny New Deal and Brun King.
Midnight Storm, good tough performance, doing it the hard way and paying $4.10 and $1.70 a top pick there, Gator.
That was the third favorite.
Probably the most arduous run out of all of
That was the... Okay, the 7 actually went through. I did not have the courage because we are losing data here. I did not know whether it will win. So I stepped out, but looks like that happened. 3 got scratched, 7, then came in 13 and 12. And this guy was mad. This guy was mad on that 5. He was like raving it like nobody's business. Anyway, that happened. So the quota of the favorites, I think, is at its brim. Now if we get the 4th one through the favorite, that is bonus. 2, 8, 11, 12, 13. 2, 8, 11, 12, 13 all scratched. 16, 9, 6 and 1. See, the 16 is the favorite, okay? Now, it's a good horse. There's a 64% leverage on this, which means that it's absolutely a stunner. Now, if we have to talk about that, we have to talk about this 5 as well. This was an open race. But this was all mare anyway. This was a group 3. This was a 70, 84. Here we did not have negative. 70. Oh, went wrong. 70. 100. Yeah, this was a different concept altogether. So this is the benchmark 84. We did not have the same in any of the races today. So the 16 is a good horse. There is no doubt it is a good horse. Okay, but it's a challenger. And if they are of the same class, then this is doing much better, the 17. Okay. That's one way of looking at it. The other thing is this, that this is a dedicated jock. Okay, this is a dedicated jock, and he is one of the best jocks. He's a dedicated jock on this horse, and there's a 80% strike rate. Is a dedicated jock. Everything is right. The 16 is fantastic. Where it falls is here. Where it falls, it's here. So that's the section where it is not working. Plus, it is going so negative. I don't know if that's something that is actually possible on a benchmark 84. I don't know. This is going so negative. This is 73, 174, the highest this is. I mean, that is how it is supposed to be. Like in this case, that was the highest, but this was a group 3, right? This is not a group 3. It is a benchmark 84, and that's a 5-year-old mare. So that's what it looks like. The horse is fantastic. There's no doubt. has the physics, but that's very steep. That is very steep. I don't know this. The 17 is a check. I don't know this. The 16 is good. It is not bad. It has the physics, it has a jock, it has everything that it requires. Where it lacks is here. This part of the story is kind of hazy. Secondly, how strong, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's a benchmark 84. The thing is at a 64% leverage, which is okay, has 5 weeks of vacation, which is also okay. Everything is good, but I don't know whether it is possible. I don't know whether it is possible. This is a very steep challenge. It's a very steep challenge. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'll keep this thing opened. Okay, I'm back. Stretch 6, 9, 15. No, I don't have a clear go. Pass. Nine. Very difficult. I mean, if I consider them as a drift, then it is high pressure. If I consider them as a linear, then doesn't have physics. So on one side it has the tiger, the other side it has the crocodile. And these are very steep. These are very steep for a benchmark 84. I mean, 17 is still on the lower side compared to this one and this one. Still on a lower side, but going on negative. Bad idea. 15. Yeah, 15. But 15 has to deal. If 15 is there, then 15 has to deal others also. 69, 73, 17, 64. Let's here. On the third line, this doesn't need anyway. So no, this is too much. This is a little too much. Showing Eagle Farm. You see Eagle Farm.
So hopefully you can do that with just flying here off those couple of trials. I think the 1400 gives us a good lead as well, that he's got him very forward, because you wouldn't tackle the 1400 unless you did. And then there's been that bit of market support that you mentioned, Marto, sort of $12 into now $9.50. So happy to have him as my best value bet of the day. Number 6, Castilian's trialling up nicely as well. Petit Golan, the 2 Battlefield, that man, Jai Williams. We tipped you into him at the start of the day. Do you think I had anything on the last at $70 odd? No, I didn't. But it was a good ride by Jai to cut the corner in that last race and blow us out of the quaddie. I think Battlefield will be hard to beat, but it'll need a good ride. He's going to have to get back in what looks to be a moderately run race from a tricky draw, but going well. And number 5, Sergio, rounds out the top 4 for me, 8, 6, 2 and 5.
Let's have a look at what's doing late with the bookies. Battlefield, 250, 260 into 230, and Sir Joe is 480 into $4.40. Just flying went up short. Just goes 850 into 10 there. There's a couple skimming in at longer odds. Let's start with number 7, Deep Respect for Kyle Wilson-Taylor and Kelly Schweida. Joycey, $21 into $16, just behind the placings at Doomben.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse to look at, of course, and he hasn't found form for a while now. He sort of put some form together. He used to be a barrier rogue, and I think they've found a blindfold work there with him, but he's never done much at Eagle Farm. He hasn't done much this preparation, and he does prefer a fast run race and finishing hard over top of them. He won't get that today. In his favour, he likes a genuine good track. We've got that.
Take a Picture can sit up on speed. It's been spec'd as well. $21 into $16. One first up at Toowoomba. Bit disappointing second up at Doomben. It's a 420 chance.
Yeah, he was, and you're right. He's a horse that can settle forward in a race where there's not a lot of speed. So I think CJ with the lightweight will certainly roll the dice early and try and slot in and take a position. He does generally need cover. Just not sure how that's going to work out from that barrier. His best form seems to be at Doomben when he draws soft and he gets those sort of soft, smothery runs and he can sprint through late. So he's a horse that needs things to work out.
Just Flying knows value bet. Likely race for a 5-year-old and boasts a pretty handy record.
Yeah, well, last preparation he really ran some good races, didn't he? When he got out to sort of a mile plus, and that was for Robert Heathcote. And for a horse that gets over a trip, his overall record's great. 15 starts, 5 wins, 4 placings. So Tony Gollan doesn't even really have to improve him much off what Robert Heathcote had him doing. He just has to have him fit enough to give this 1,400 metres a shake first up. And looking at the market late, Marto, they're coming in for him.
Let's get to Mitch.
Now, Just Flying about to come up. Okay, so Just Flying's had some good support into $8. $34, I think, was bets about Just Flying when the markets were released. That was with Redford and Mickey's Medal in the market, but they've chipped away at this the whole way through betting Just Flying. Now, Show Some Decorum about to come up, and Red Defcon will be the last. Set against Battlefield late, 2.8 high price, $4 Sir Joe the Firmer. Set to run, 1400, race 8. Ready. Off now. And Castilian left well towards the inside. Atmosphere showing speed, and shortly after the start we'll take it up from Take a Picture. Just Flying sliding across, Castilian fourth and Sergio fifth. Then there's a good break of around 4 lengths to Deep Respect, Show Some Decorum. Battlefield goes back to second last and Red Defcon behind him. 1,000 metres left to run. Atmosphere took it up to lead by a length and a half. Just Flying in second. Similar margin away, Take a Picture third. Castilian travels fourth and Sergio is fifth. 2 lengths away, Show Some Decorum, Deep Respect racing together. Battlefield second last, across the leader at least 10 lengths at the 700 at halfway, and Red Defcon is last. Atmosphere allowed to roll in front, leads by a length to Just Flame. 2.5 away, Take a Picture third, Castilian fourth. Sergio yet to peel 5, then Show Some Decorum, Deep Respect. Battlefield still second last, and Red Defcon sees the ball. Topping the straight, Atmosphere joined by Just Flying in turn. Take a Picture, Sergio. Look at Battlefield, get that split one off the inside. At the furlong pole, Battlefield blew the whistle, got through. Sergio goes with it. 150 to go. It's Battlefield about a half, 3/4, edging clear. It's a 4-timer to Jai Williams. Battlefield won it well, beat Sergio. And third, Show Some Decorum. Fourth in either Red Defcon or Just Flying. Further back to Deep Respect, Castilian, Take a Picture, and Atmosphere.
Battlefield too good. Jai Williams too good for his rivals today in the jockey ranks. There's the fourth winner in the 260 range across the totes there, Joycey.
Yeah, and that was one of his best rides of the day. They've all been good, but gee, they overdid it up on speed there. The sectionals were electric early.
PC's super fun.
But just the way he's slicing through the ruck, he's riding this track
6.
particularly well. And once the splits came, Battlefield just raced away from them to justify the market support and favouritism. So Lockwood and Vincent, they're having a great run. And Jai Williams, yep, we tipped him to be a jockey to follow, Marto. And if you've stuck with him today,
got no clue.
The Battlefield, the latest of those wins. $2.60, $1.30 beating Sir Joe at $1.70. Shows Some Decorum third at $6.50. Looks like 10 Red Defcon in for fourth. And we're 8 races down, 2 races to come from Eagle Farm. We're upon the last event from Caulfield, coming home with a benchmark 84, and this race over the 1,400 metres. And David Gately at features your best value player of the afternoon, that being Super Fun. Very lightly raced 5-year-old with a very good record.
Yeah, look, he's going really well, isn't he? He was terrific, winning first up, beat a couple of subsequent winners. Scampy, Royale. He was solid last time. Meridius went past him. That horse went to Queensland, Gold Coast, and ran a mighty race behind King of Rousseau as a group horse. So, first try 1,400, but it looks okay. And you get a decent price to find out. I think some, double figure odds anyway, earlier in the week. Without being a moral, I think he can run really well here. This favourite Stealth of Night's going to take some beating. In fact, she hasn't even been beaten yet at 1,400. She matched for a good run. Been a great day to be in the spot. Dirty Grin, just things didn't pan out overly well last time from the inside draw up the straight. I think he can certainly win this, and there's no issue 1,400 for him. And Harry's Yacht was a good risk for mine at the mile latest. He's back to 1,400. That's the key to him. And he's one of many key hopes. Competitive finish, 6, 16, 7 and 1.
Stealth of Night is the favourite on the tab fix, $2.30 this morning, currently at $2.60. Porter is the second pick at $4.40. Tin from $6 to be the best back to beat it. Super Fund is the value play for Gator, has fans too. $9.50 into 7 in the trade today, and Harry's got $10 into $8 is attracting interest as well. Lively marketplace on the tab fix. Late with the bookies, it's $2.45 to $2.60, back to $2.50 for Stealth of Night. Porter's attracting good interest everywhere to beat it as horse number 9, and he's going really well. $5.50 into $4.40. Good, strong all-the-way win at this trip last time out at Flemington, Gator for Porter.
Yeah, it was a terrific win. He was sort of left alone, but he rolled along, gave a big kick. and he beat Paradise City. He was arguably a touch unlucky not to beat him. Now, Ruffy just come out and won that horse since they gapped everything else. It's just the wide gate here. How much work will he have to do early in a race where there are 2 or 3 natural leaders? So that's why I shuffled him down to 5th pick. But punters like him, they think he can cross and lead, and there's been plenty of leaders who have won today.
Harry's Yacht can show speed. It's in your mix, $9 into $8, and he's enjoying another fruitful campaign.
Yeah, he's so genuine, isn't he? He's not a star, but he's only in a benchmark 84. He just didn't run the mile out latest. Back to 1400, good tough win. 2 runs ago at this trip. Up in the weights, that's the challenge for him, but you get a decent price to find out. Look, he won't die wondering. He'll give his all, that horse.
Super Fun is your top pick. 6 out to $7.50, back into $7. Been freshened and back to the Cranbourne jump outs.
He has that, and a little gap between runs, never an issue with this stable. Gets to 1400. I think it'll suit him. We're certainly about to learn something either way.
Just
God knows, Gate.
Dirty Green, number 7, number 17, Fear No Evil, even Prancing Spirit, number 10 for Thomas Stockdale.
PC has a point. That thing has a better class than
to do something here in the last with
the
Matt.
favorite. But the goal,
Stakes in a fortnight.
I don't know how this will work.
3 weeks' time, so plenty of excitement just around the corner. Porter goes in, Harry's Yacht sped its way there into the barrier stores. Comes to an abrupt halt, and Angry Skies is going to be the final one at 100 or 1. The Sportsbet fixed odds exotics, 1400 metres. Angry Sky goes in, favourite draw on the inside, predominantly white jacket. Field set, ready and racing. Stealth of Night was one of the best to begin, with Prancing Spirit and also Fear No Evil the outside. Harry's Yachts up on the premises with Super Fund and Porter. 5 or 6 of them are cluttering forward in the early stages. After 250 metres, Fear No Evil off the rails. Porter pushes up, and Porter's going to lead. Stealth of Night third, the inside of Super Fund, and they're 2 lengths Prancing Spirit until Valhalla. Harry's Yacht peats back to midfield from Golden Monkey, place of Gold Cadigo. 3 lengths Dirty Grin, and Angry Skies is last. Porter tried to take the sting out of it. 800 metres to go by 3/4 of a length. Fear No Evil. Stealth of Night's up on the chewy third on the rails, and they were followed by Super Fund. 1.25 until Valhalla. Prancing Spirit, Harry's Yacht 3 wide midfield. 1.25 place of Gold, Golden Monkey, Cadigo. 2 lengths Angry Skies and Dirty Grin whips them in as they approach the home corner with 450 metres to go. So the leader is Porter by a length. Fear No Evil. Now Stealth of Night stalking them, just needs a bit of room now and got off the fence outside of the leader into the straight. 250 out, it's Porter with Stealth of Night giving chase, and then until Valhalla. Behind them Super Fund and Prancing Spirit. Stealth of Night moves up on the outside to take the lead. It's no good thing at the 100. Stealth of Night until Valhalla. Until Valhalla over the top, and until Valhalla has tipped over.
14.
It's Luke Cartwright again. Third across the line was Harry's Yacht, and then Porter. Behind those, then Place of Gold, Prancing Spirit together. Further back, Cadigo in company with Super Fund, Fear No Evil, Angry Skies, Dirty Grin, Golden Monkey.
Until Valhalla pays big across the totes, 35.60 and 7.20 the home tote reward. Luke Cartwright gets a treble, beats Stealth of Night at 1.30. Harry's Yacht at $2.20. 14.16 1.
Happy. Did not work. That is anyway queen, because that's 3 gate number, this is 2, that is the linear, this is the EW, so that is anyway a queen. But I mean, I did not find the courage on this, so I was out. But that happened. It's a low pressure that actually went through. That's difficult. 17 faded away. 17 was getting raved. 16 was okay. But that happened. 6 had a brain damage. But that is how it played. It's a low pressure horse. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Caulfield, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, everybody. I want to thank everyone who's watching this stream. Thank you so much for being there. It's a pleasure, and it means a lot to me. And thank you so much, Stretch, for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much, my friend. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much.